Adrian.
Good. I almost said good morning. It's
Good morning, Adrian.
Oh,
good
Adrian.
morning, everybody. Who
It's morning
happened?
somewhere.
It's morning somewhere. You're right, Lori,
Constantly.
David, Michael, Scott. Let's see. I think I had to click on something to see all of you. There we go. Good to see you all.
You too.
How has your week been going?
It's been going for me. It's been going pretty smoothly, and I'm going to tell you about what I saw with the eclipse, which was fantastic, and
Awesome.
and the recent Tucson Festival of Books, which I was at this year.
Oh, nice.
Both wonderful events. I
Yeah.
I chose to enjoy the eclipse out in the boonies where the sky's a little darker because there's always a little surprise waiting for you once it's eclipsed. You look around and see a sky you normally don't see because the moon's full. That I've done that for a couple of eclipses in a row now, and it's always fascinating to see the sky come alive and then to see it wash out gradually.
Yes,
Um,
right.
Everyone
Right.
else had a wonderful time um, wherever at an observatory or backyards, and they were where they were, they got to see the blood moon, but I wanted to see a little more and try and capture it, so that's what I
Nice.
did.
Oh,
So
nice.
interesting thing. Before you came on, Adrian, we were watching my cat prance across the desktop. This particular total eclipse, to me, since it was hanging underneath Leo, looked like a big cat in the sky with its
Ah,
yarn ball.
Oh,
that's that's a perfect
Yeah.
way to put it. Trying to remember where I saw it because I remember seeing Corvus over there in the moon, so to the left from our view.
It was
And
under
yeah,
the hind legs.
okay, so yeah, running
right.
over the ball of yarn, going that way. Yeah, I remember seeing the scorpion begin to rise and
Mhm.
Cygnus coming up over the horizon, but where I was, it was still a little bright in that area just from distant lights from a small town. But Milky Way rising,
Oh,
and it all
yeah.
and then it all washed away. That big sliver of light came back over the top, and I went, "Oh darn, it's already ending." So short.
Goes fast.
It
Yeah.
went faster this year than I remember. Maybe it was just the location of where the moon was from my vantage point in the shadow. But seems like I had a little more time in 2022.
Huh. Yeah.
So it just different. But still got to see it. That was the goal.
That's nice.
And didn't run out of gas on the way there and back. That's another goal.
That
That's
helps.
always that's
Another
always the goal.
plus. Yeah, right.
This is a
So
beautiful
before I
visualization from
oh here we
the
go.
LRO. It's really incredible stuff.
Wow.
It's part of the what they call the Apollo 13 flyby.
Oh,
Look at this.
Robert Reed needs to be here. He could tell us what all of these craters are. I try
Right.
to remember, but I can't.
So cool.
I know that's a named crater, and I don't know which one.
That last one was Tsiolkovsky, I think.
Okay. And of course, some of this might be on the other side of the moon.
That would be
Which is the Earth.
cheating.
That's
Welcome to the
beautiful.
Garden Visitor Center. Come in and explore. In In addition to engaging in-person programs, presentations, and tours, the Visitor Center also provides virtual programs to groups on a reservation basis, Tuesdays through Fridays. Hope to see you soon, whether in person or virtually.
Although the moon is a relatively primitive body, geologically, its arrested development provides insights into the early evolution of other rocky bodies like Venus, Earth, and Mars. The Lunar Magnetotelluric Sounder is a geophysical instrument designed to probe the moon's deep interior and provide new information on the structure and geological evolution of our companion world. Signals that we're looking at from the solar wind and the Earth's magnetosphere have frequencies that are way below what you might be familiar with as radio waves. These signals take minutes or even hours to complete a single cycle. The benefit of these very low frequency signals is that they penetrate deeply into the moon. This allows us to determine the temperature and composition of the interior of the moon. The magnetic fields are measured by a magnetometer. The electric fields are measured between 4 probes that are deployed at 90-degree angles around the lander. LMS will be among the first geophysical measurements to assess interior properties of the moon since Apollo. LMS is both simpler to operate and has better performance than these Apollo-era experiments. Its demonstration paves the way for an even better version on a later Eclipse mission, as well as opportunities for other worlds, including Mars. Our team at Southwest Research Institute, Heliospace Corporation, and NASA Goddard all contributed to this first extraterrestrial magnetotelluric measurement. Commercial lunar payload services, NASA and American companies working together.
Hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts, and I'll bring on my co-host, David Levy, and we are so happy to welcome you to the 168th Global Star Party with the theme of the moon, our constant companion, and maybe the gateway to, the future of humanity. So that little title and that theme sparked quite a lively discussion between the presenters before we put the whole program together. And so you can, if you could have read it all, you can see people feel strongly about us exploring our solar system and what it means, both in costs, real costs, hard currency costs, and also the cost to humanity to either do or don't try to do, populating other worlds. So, but the jumping off spot very probably will be the moon if we do that. It looks like we will very, very likely, visit the moon again, maybe colonize the moon. I like to think of a place that might be colonized so that, if possible, if not for myself, that maybe my grandchildren or my great-grandchildren would actually visit the moon and look back on the beautiful blue planet, our Earth. What do you think, David?
Oh, I think that would be fabulous if we could. Wouldn't
Yes.
that be something?
Yes.
But I don't think that's going to happen quite as soon as one would hope. But you never know.
Never
As
know.
Leslie Peltier wrote in Starlight Nights, I know that we're going to get to the moon, and this was before Apollo, or while Apollo was just being built. And he said, I hope it won't happen for a long, long time. If humanity must face a challenge, let them face it here on Earth.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Our first speaker normally is a representative from the Astronomical League, but this time we're bringing on a very, very gifted space artist and author, Michael Carroll. And Michael, thank you for joining us on Global Star Party. I know that you have a tight schedule, so you can take the time that you want. And we're just very pleased and honored to have you. Thank you.
Do you want to
Well,
put me on first for my quotation, or I could?
Okay. Let's do the quotation.
Yeah.
Yes,
We're going to do the quotation. I think you thought what I said was the quotation.
I did. I thought, well, that was short.
Really short, but no, I have a quotation.
Okay.
And when we get to talking about the moon later, I will describe my experience with the eclipse that just happened. But I want to tell you a little bit about what happened on Sunday. I was at the Tucson Festival of Books to launch my latest book, which is called Stargazers. Stargazers came out of a poem that Wordsworth wrote in 1806. And I read it while I was working on my MA thesis at Queens. And I remember writing it there, working on it there, and just falling in love with the poem and mentioning it in the thesis. To which my thesis advisor wrote back, Wordsworth wrote some wretched verse. And I thought that was hysterical. And I was laughing and laughing. And the next time I went to his office, which might have been the same day or a day later, I walked in still chuckling and said, that was a wonderful piece of humor you put in about Wordsworth into my master's thesis. And he looked at me seriously. He says, it was not intended as a joke. And I thought that was even funnier. And I just laughed. And finally, Norman started laughing too. And he says, I think you're right. I think it was pretty funny. Anyway, it's kind of a tradition for me to, when I'm launching a new book or a friend's new book, to do a little song and dance. And I did this one, which I hope I'm going to get right. I'm not sure. Get the tune right, which is, I hope, from Dr. Zhivago, Lara's song. But here we go. It's called Dreaming of the Sky. Me, would you like a book that's right from a University of Arizona Press? When the sky is clear at night and the book is not a mess. A book not to tell you how, but rather to hint at why. The sky beckons us now to look up and say, oh my, look up, see a few stars out there, perhaps a little comet or a shooting star we dare, a guide that might be fun to a sky and the Milky Way. Our hopes and all our dreams, a cure for our ills each day. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Well, let's see if I know how to operate this thing anymore here. Looks like I don't, but I've got a second camera, so I'm going to bring it in. Here it is. There we go. Okay. And so at this point, just really happy to bring on Michael Carroll. David, thank you very much for that wonderful poem and that song. I like to hear your voice singing. I think it brings joy. So it's awesome. It's awesome. Michael, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. That's a tough act to follow, I'll tell you. I love
right.
love the lyrics too. Very nice, David.
Yes.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be here, guys. I love being part of this big global party of Scots. I have a little keynote presentation here, and we'll see if I can share my screen and get it to work. There's that thing. Okay. Let's see, almost got it. All right, I'm going to play. Okay, can you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So great to be part of this discussion. It is an interesting subject to me. Now I need to get this thing working here. Okay, there we go. So we've got, let me just arrange my screen better here. Going back to the moon is a whole different thing than some of the stuff that I hope we'll be talking about tonight. A lot of science, lunar science, and inspiration. But Artemis is certainly something on everybody's mind, returning people there. I've been working on a book about it, which comes out in October, and that has been really eye-opening and very fun. First, I want to open with this piece, which I call One Small Step. I did it in honor of the Apollo moon landings. You know, life is hard sometimes, and sometimes you just have to laugh. So here's my little visual joke for you all. The world today is quite different than it was back when Apollo started. John F. Kennedy challenged the nation to put someone on the moon and return the safety to the Earth, but there were a bunch of reasons he did this. He thought it would challenge the best and brightest. For us, it would infuse our economy with peaceful jobs. We were in the middle of Vietnam. It would trigger new technology, but beyond these noble ideas, Kennedy wanted to prove that democracy was better than communism. The geopolitical reasons were trumped everything else initially in the Apollo program. There was great science done, but the world was a different place, as I said. And so while Apollo was largely geopolitical, the Artemis hopes to have a little bit different approach. In fact, there are 36 countries involved in this, and they're all making meaningful contributions, not just financial, but technological, supervisory. It's a really a cool international flavor to this thing. So during Apollo, international cooperation does not come to mind when you talk about Apollo. It was a big race. That's the way it was framed. And yet, it was the deepest, darkest part of the Cold War. And there were times when the politicians were not talking to each other and they had their fingers on the big red buttons. And the scientists were still communicating. The back doors of communication were still open because of the people who wanted to do pure science together. And so I think that science itself helped to diffuse some of the most dangerous things during the Cold War. Today, we still have some great international studies going on the International Space Station. And we look forward to more of the same. Part of the Artemis architecture is to preserve some of these historical spots. And all the signatories have agreed to not disturb any of the Apollo landing sites, the Luna sites, things like that. So I think it's a good start for conservation in that way. And so Artemis is trying to put a new face on exploration. It comes at a time when we were left through Apollo and the Lunas with some big mysteries about the moon. The Apollo program didn't answer everything. In fact, This is a painting I did of Theia impacting the Earth. The origin of the moon is something that we're understanding more and more in terms of dynamics and stuff, but the details need to be filled in. We have lots of missing pieces. Rocks from the moon are going to help immensely. And of course, Artemis is planning on bringing samples back that are geologically very different from the ones through the Apollo era. All the Apollo and Lunas landed essentially across the equator. The Chinese are now opening up that range with some of the Chang'e missions, which have been successful and spectacular. Artemis promises more. We are intrigued by the magma ocean on the moon. How deep was it? How long did it last? When did it start? Volcanism on the moon is something that we want to know more about as well. And so if you run the clock back a little bit to when people were looking at the moon through their telescopes, as they studied the poles where you could just barely see over the edge, they could see mountains sticking up. And some of these mountains seem to stick up far enough that the sun might shine on them all the time. Early observers even reported seeing some spectrum across some of these mountains as if they were reflecting ice. Now, that was probably chromatic aberration or some other things with these more primitive telescopes. But the idea that people like Camille Flammarion had of these great peaks of eternal light was probably something like this: the Himalayas or the Alps sticking up in that beautiful sunlight, just barely peeking over the horizon with snow on them reflecting back to the earth. Of course, there are mountains of almost eternal light. We found a couple of places at the South Pole that have in the upper 90% of time of illumination, but they're not peaks like this. They are humps of eternal light. This is Malapart Massif adjacent to Shackleton Crater, and this is the primary landing site where we want to go. Part of the reason is that not only do you have peaks of eternal light, almost, you also have permanently shadowed regions that contain volatiles, all kinds of ices, but primarily water ice. And you can use water for handy things like oxygen for breathing. You can use it for rocket fuel. You can use it to wash your dirty socks. It's just amazing stuff. So the South Pole is the place to go. And here are some Artemis astronauts looking for polar deposits of water. You can see the Earth is upside down there. Africa is on the left. But to do this, it's going to take some new and revolutionary technology, especially in the suits. It is far colder than any of the shadowed regions visited by the Apollo astronauts. And so Axiom Space is building the new spacesuits. They are teaming with Prada, which I think is really interesting. When you're done with the spacesuit, you can use it as an oversized purse, I think. But no, that's not it. Prada actually is also involved in carbon fiber for race cars. Oakley, who is famous for sunglasses, they're doing the visor. And so there's all kinds of people looking at the design of the suits, how to keep our poor astronauts warm in that environment, and how to keep the dust off of it, which is a critical thing. But the 36 member nations of Artemis are not the only ones planning a return. The Chinese are leading an international group to build what they're calling the International Lunar Research Station. If you have been watching the Chinese program, they have hit every milestone they have announced. So I think this is going to be an exciting thing to watch. This is the Lanyue lunar lander that would carry 4 taikonauts down to the surface of the moon. So we have 2 landers on deck to take people back to the moon. Here is the Apollo lunar lander for comparison. These are all to scale. Blue Origin is designing the Mark II crewed lunar lander, which can take, I think they said, close to 30 tons to the surface of the moon. Starship SpaceX Starship HLS is going to be able to bring over 70 tons to the lunar surface. And so these things will have a lot of capability. They're going to have to be launched on big boosters. SLS, built by NASA, will take Orion up, which is the new version of Apollo. SpaceX, of course, has their Starship, which will carry their lunar lander, and Blue Origin has New Glenn. Here's Orion in orbit around the Bahamas, but hopefully it'll get further than that. Orion can carry 4 people. It has tremendous improvements over Apollo. It has a lot more room, a lot more safety. You can run it for weeks rather than, well, for months, really, rather than just weeks as in Apollo. The plan is to rendezvous, at least in later missions, with the Gateway Space Station that will be about a fifth the size of the International Space Station. It'll be in a halo orbit around the moon. And the lunar landers and Orions will meet up with this and transfer crews to head on down to the surface. So that's what's in store, but what is even further in the future? NASA is looking at all kinds of things to do to make the place safe for habitation. One of those things is, of course, building berms for landing sites. This art is by a company called Icon in Austin, who has been printing 3D houses. They have houses in Texas, in California, in Mexico, several major subdivisions of 3D printed homes. And NASA has conscripted them to try to build, to use their equipment in the vacuum of the moon to actually build structures on the lunar surface. The payoff is you don't have to bring anything with you except the equipment. You use lunar regolith and melt it into these beads and build structures. The nice thing about this process is you don't have to build a box. You can do curvilinear walls, beautiful skylights. Icon has some very talented architects with them, but a curved wall is stronger in a vacuum than a box is. And so this will be a significant improvement. Near the Artemis landing sites, the Artemis Science Region, there are spectacular things to see. This is a painting I did for David Kring of a valley that comes out of the Schrodinger impact basin. It's 2.5 times as deep as the Grand Canyon, but you don't get any visual cues because there's no air. So at any rate, Kring says if you took this canyon back to Earth, it would be an international park, definitely. Just a very dramatic place on the lunar surface, one of many that we will have to explore. People are looking further ahead to moons of the solar system beyond ours. Mars has 2 little moons that you rendezvous with rather than landing on. We just got this beautiful photo from ESA of Deimos. And if you think a little bit further out, here is a Blue Origin spacecraft adapted for Europa, another great moon to visit. And of course, there are other Galilean satellites out there that we'll want to explore with astronauts as our technology improves. We'll see these beautiful butte-like ice formations on Callisto. Ganymede and Europa are also possibilities. Europa has some sheltered places in terms of radiation, so there are places that we can go. Saturn is a much more benign environment. Here we are on Iapetus, a beautiful black and white moon. That will be very exciting sight. And of course, right next door is Enceladus with its active geysers, and a little bit further out, Titan. Here is Elon Musk's lunar lander adapted to going much further away. And of course, there are many, many moons in the outer solar system. Chesley Bonestell did a series of paintings of the moons of Saturn, I believe for Collier's magazine. And in them, you could see little human figures. But one of the editors, when he saw the figures, panicked and put in the caption, "Figures are only there for scale." He didn't want anyone to freak out that people might actually be there someday. Well, here's a painting of Uranus, and the figures are not for scale. They are because we will be there. People will be moving out into the outer solar system to explore. The question before us tonight is, do we go to the moon first? Why do that? The visionaries I've talked to say, skip that. That's a waste of, it's a distraction. It's not a waste of time scientifically, but it's a distraction. If you want to go to the Mars and beyond, just go. But the engineers who are building the stuff and the astronauts who have been there tend to reply that, don't send people out there yet. We're going to start killing people if we try to go to Mars right now. We have to learn. We have to learn from the moon how to run our systems and live in that very harsh environment long term before we venture out to Mars. I don't know which of those is a better choice. That's above my pay grade. I'll leave that to you guys, but I want you to depart with this thought. The next time we go back to the moon, we won't see a scene like this. We'll see a scene a little bit more like this, because lots and lots of us will be going together, hopefully in harmony and cooperation, and engendering goodwill among the people of the earth. So thank you so much for having me on tonight. I always enjoy being with all you smart and creative people.
Michael, I thought that was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, good.
And but the thing that got to me the most was when you went to the moons of Mars, the little moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. And I'd like to share, if you don't mind, a story that I read about that, because I remember in this 1862, Asaph Hall, who would eventually discover Phobos and Deimos, was having a terrible night at the Naval Observatory in Washington. And nothing was working. The sky was okay, but the telescope was out of focus and this was going wrong. And I think he had an argument with his wife earlier, and it's not going great. Anyway, there's this suddenly, as he's really angry, there's a pounding on the door. And that just blows him up. He starts stomping down the stairs. He says, I'm going to open that door and push whoever it is into the mud and get him out of my way. And he ran down the stairs and he thrust open the door. And the person at the other side was Abraham Lincoln. He was standing by himself. And he said, I'm sorry, I really am sorry to interrupt you, but I've had a terrible day, as you probably know. And I was just taking a walk and I was hoping I could spend a little time with you among the stars. And Hall goes, yes, you're welcome. And he had the president come in and they talked and talked, and he showed him things from the telescope. And at the very end, Lincoln looks at him and said, "Can I go back again? Can I come back again?" And he said, "You're welcome here anytime." 2 days later, another knock at the door, and now he's kind of ready for it. And it was Lincoln again with the Secretary of War, Stanton. And they stayed the whole evening. And apparently, Hall wrote in his journals that he was impressed with Lincoln's knowledge of the night sky. That this guy was not stupid when it came to his knowledge of the night sky. And despite all of the beautiful things he showed in this, and your lecture just now, that was my favorite.
That's great.
Scott, you're muted.
Sorry, guys. There we go.
There you
We'll
go.
mute it there, guys. No, I just love seeing your artwork in your presentation. You know, just there, it's so majestic and so beautiful. And Michael and I were having a little conversation before the program started about the importance of experiencing awe. And you know, I think that you know, I was going through images that Michael's done in years past, and you know, some more recent ones as well. And God, you just get lost in them. They're not only highly detailed, but they draw you into the scene and the action, and it makes your imagination think about what it would really look like, you know, and you know, for a moment, you know, that sense of awe hits you, the majesty of those giant mountains and craters and the scale and all the rest of the stuff. And so, you know, if you haven't read about the necessity for humans for our minds and our hearts to experience this sense of awe, just for, you know, some psychologists say that, you know, you need this experience often, regularly, to prevent yourself from going crazy, you know. And so I told Michael that I think he is one of the architects of awe. And so if you're watching the program and you haven't looked at the page yet of all the speakers are actually tied into biographies about them. And on Michael's page is an example of one of his paintings, and also a talk that he gave to the SETI Institute, which, by the way, we will have. One of our speakers tonight is Seth Shostak. I believe he'll be coming on, and he is their senior astronomer. So it's all coming around full circle, guys. So anyhow, thank you so much, Michael, for that.
Thanks, Scott. It was
Yeah.
great.
Anything else you'd like to add, David?
There is. I echo what you said about awe, and actually the word awful. The root comes from full of awe. And the night sky is, more than anything else, it's that feeling of awe that we get. When at
Yes.
the end of a difficult day, we go outside and we see the darkening sky, and it makes us feel better. And that feeling of awe is everything to me.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care and have a good night, Michael. Take care. Yep. Our next speaker is David, is Ron Breacher. Ron is from Canada, from your country, David, and
From Montreal, even originally.
yeah, we
Oh
go.
my, that's where I was born.
Yeah, me too.
Montreal. Where were you? What part of Montreal were you living?
Town of Mount Royal.
Oh, yeah. My sister, I think, was living there and brought up her children there.
Nice.
Out of Mount Royal.
I haven't lived there for a long time, though. Now I'm in just north of Guelph, Ontario.
Okay, I'm gonna be back in Montreal in July, I think. I'm really
Nice.
looking to it.
Nice.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, tonight's program, a presentation from Ron is To the Moon and Beyond. If you're just now learning about Ron Breacher, he is one of the main, I think one of the founders of the Masters of PixInsight. And PixInsight is, you know, definitely the go-to platform for serious astrophotographers, but you know, don't think that you as a beginner couldn't use this program, because they teach you as a newbie just step by step how to get there and start using the powerful algorithms that are in PixInsight. And Ron is a educator and a teacher and a fantastic astrophotographer. So he's going to show you some of his images right now. Thank you, Ron.
Scott, just before I start the presentation, are you seeing just my slides or a whole bunch of other stuff as well?
I see a lineup of images of the moon.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just switch to a slideshow. That should work better.
Sure.
Okay, so you gave me a challenge this time, Scott, because you know I'm really a deep sky guy.
Yes.
I'm really a deep sky astrophotographer. And people might not know this about me, but I do a lot of visual astronomy. And when I thought about it, you know, the moon is probably the thing I look at the most. So, you know, I like to always put things in the context of the theme that Scott gives us. And then I'm going to talk a little bit just about my perspective on the moon. Nothing really sciencey, just my own perspective on the moon and what it makes me think about. And of course, then I'll talk about beyond the moon and what that makes me think about. So here's the theme Scott gave us, and I've just highlighted a few important points. So the moon is a symbol of interconnectedness and balance. I particularly feel that way during a lunar eclipse. You know, half the planet sees a lunar eclipse. A few billion people all getting to see the same thing at the same time. And it's not a rare event, but it's not all that common either. So that's kind of cool. The moon is a universal thread in human history. It's in our language. It's in our measurement systems. It's everywhere. It bridges both time and space. That's generations and geography, reminding us of shared existence between the same night sky. It connects our earthly existence to the infinite cosmos. Okay, again, reflecting on how I feel myself. When I go outside and I look at the moon, I just feel like I'm part of something really big. It's the closest thing that I can see that's really far away. And it never fails to amaze me. And it's like a stepping stone. For me, seeing the moon, it was the first thing I saw through a telescope. And it was like a gateway observation to my current passion for everything astronomy. And this idea of ingenuity and resilience, if you've ever tried doing astrophotography, you know you need ingenuity and resilience, because if something can go wrong, it will go wrong, and you have to fix it on the fly. And of course, the unyielding drive to explore, create, and grow. It's a reminder of what we're capable of when we think about people going to the moon. That's a pretty big deal, hard to do. All right. So these are all my own lunar images. Now, I couldn't tell you what all the craters are, just that they're really, really interesting. Like I said, the moon is my most often observed object by far. visually, maybe not photographically, but maybe even photographically, because other objects I just shoot them once, but I've shot the moon many times. So my most observed object, and it's visible day or night most of the time. It's not too hard to find a night where you can observe the moon, or a daytime where you can observe the moon. With the naked eye, it's gorgeous. Sometimes when you see it like a big pumpkin sitting on the horizon, fantastic with the naked eye. But if you put binoculars or a small telescope on it, you can see the kind of detail that you see in this picture here. And in a large telescope, even though you may not be able to see the whole moon, it's absolutely breathtaking. I do want to point out that most of us see patterns on the moon. You know, some people, I think it's the Chinese, talk about a rabbit, and we hear stories about the man in the moon. This tendency to see patterns on the moon is called pareidolia. And I just want to show you what I see when I look at the moon. Maybe you'll never be able to unsee this now. Wilma Flintstone's mom. It's absolutely her. You can see the bun of the hair and the curl up in front. And here's her eyes and her big nose and a double chin. Even got a brooch around her neck. So that's what I see when I look at the moon, and it's the first thing I look for is Wilma's mom.
You've just given me something new to look at, Ron. I just wanted to chime in and say that.
Isn't
Thank
that
you.
cool?
I will
This-
never unsee. I see it in this image now too.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's-
And you can see the brooch around her neck much better here.
Yeah,
Oh my.
yeah. That's never gonna leave my sight now.
I know.
And
It's
probably those that are watching are gonna do the same thing now too.
there she
Next
is,
full moon.
Wilma's
Yep.
Wilma's mother.
All right,
Um,
carry on.
Now it's interesting, when I look at the moon with the naked eye, I generally look at it when there's shadows to see. So I don't usually look at the moon when the moon is full. I'll look at it when the moon is, either a crescent moon or a gibbous moon, or first quarter or last quarter. But if you get into photography of the moon, and in this case, this was taken with a large, like a 6-inch refractor and a CMOS deep sky camera using a hydrogen alpha filter. You can then process it and really enhance the contrast and get some really nice stuff even when the moon is full. So this was in July a few years ago. This is a pretty special picture to me, and it reminds me that the moon isn't always the same, and that if you look at the moon often enough, it reveals a lot about the motion of the solar system, about the geometry of the solar system. And this photo was taken on February 20th, 2008. It was minus 28 degrees C. I took the picture on the left just before the beginning of the partial phases of the moon, so it was penumbral at this point. I took the picture on the right at the point of totality, like the middle of totality, and then everything about my system froze. The grease on my mount froze. I could no longer focus the camera. The battery on the camera died. I was just lucky to get this picture. So that's what I was talking about, how I relate to that notion of ingenuity and overcoming adversity. And it's hard. Nobody likes to have problems, but it's really fun to solve them. When you finally get through them and solve them, it's really fun. And this picture that I just showed you ended up on a beer label. So how good is that? Blood Moon. double chocolate raspberry imperial stout. And I'm being a proofreader. I noticed that raspberry is missing the P.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Hey, but you caught problems that I had in my schedule, so I really appreciate it.
No problem. This is another way to see the moon. So, I mean, I know we're looking at the sun here, but it really is another way to see the moon. And in particular, so these are just a couple of eclipses I've imaged using an H-alpha filter or H-alpha telescope. And what's really interesting, this is a blow up of the previous slide. What you're seeing is not the shadow of the moon at lower right. It's the moon in silhouette with the sun behind it. And you can see that the surface of the moon is not smooth. I've got a few arrows pointing out the surface roughness that you can capture from your backyard with a small telescope and a modest camera. So that's really kind of cool. Okay, so let's get to the beyond. The speaker after me is Seth Shostak. Interestingly, the first time I was on the Global Star Party, he was on right before me. And boy, that was a tough act to follow. But I made this slide before I knew Seth was going to be on. And when I found out he was going to be on right after me, I decided not to change it. Because I think it kind of captures what I feel about the whole shebang. That really there's not anything that special. I mean, maybe we're special as individuals, but as a place in the universe, our neighborhood looks like a lot of other neighborhoods. This is a picture of M33. This is probably a couple of degrees across, so maybe 4 times the width of the moon, but it contains tens of billions of stars. And some of those stars are going to be like some of the stars in the Milky Way, including our star. And some of those stars are going to have planets. And this shows a cluster of galaxies. This is ARC 246. And I just want to, I mean, you can see the main galaxies here, but here's an annotated version. I just want you to see that there's hundreds and hundreds of galaxies in this image. Some of these galaxies, like the ones marked SDSS, are quasars, incredibly far away. But all of these galaxies have tens or maybe hundreds of billions of stars in them. Again, some of those stars are probably like some of our stars in the Milky Way, including our star, the sun. So, you know, I don't know if we're going to explore the stars in my lifetime. I don't know if we're going to colonize the moon, colonize Mars. I know it would be an enormous expenditure of money. I'm sure some good would come of it, but it's for bigger thinkers than me to figure out whether that's a good decision. I just feel, you know, we're not that special. And if we wait, sooner or later, somebody somewhere in this vast universe is going to come to us. Anyway, thanks for listening to my musings. If you want to reach me, my email is here, arbreacher@rogers.com. Look for my writing in Sky and Telescope here and there. And mastersofpixinsight.com if you're interested in learning how to process those deep sky pictures. So that
Wonderful.
is my talk.
Wonderful talk. Great.
Well,
Great.
thank you also for me, Ron. I thought that was really interesting. But would you be too upset with me if I made a minor disagreement with you?
No, of course not.
Okay, when you quoted Seth, I thought when you quoted Seth, I thought You know, what a wonderful thing to say. Whenever something says we're important, we were wrong. And I thought that too, of course. I no longer think that because I attended a lecture decades ago from former Sky and Telescope editor-in-chief, Leif Robinson. And he said he started the same theme. And he's made the point that with everything there is in the universe, the hydrogen, the helium, and everything else that there is out there, there's really only one of each of us. We are unique. And this tiny little corner of the universe, undoubtedly there are other civilizations, some of them spacefaring civilizations. And I'd like to introduce one right now because I've been promoted to become Captain David of the Starship Enterprise. And there was a scene from the original series. And the original series, when Dr. McCoy said the same thing, only one of each of us.
I think we agree, actually.
Yeah,
I think I said that as individuals, we're important and we're special. But our neighborhood, I think, looks a lot like other neighborhoods that I see around the universe. So I guess it just wouldn't surprise me if we had some neighbors somewhere.
I don't think it would surprise me either. And I think that's part of the wonder of what we see out there. The questions which we ask are the same as the questions the ancient Native Americans asked as they stood atop.
And I think we got to keep looking for them. I'm not sure how much space flight that involves right now. I think there's other ways to look right now.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. We should find these things, but if we don't, we don't. But we're still unique. And other than that, boy, that was wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ron.
And I'm looking forward to hearing Seth.
Yeah, and Seth is with us right now. He's backstage.
Me too.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Okay, see you later.
Yep. So, David, right now we're going to introduce Dr. Seth Shostak. He is the senior astronomer for SETI, and that's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. I've had the good fortune to see him give several presentations. He is very informative, very humorous, and he's easy to make friends with, which is great. And so I treasure that. Seth is with us, coming in now from his home in California. So thank you very much for joining us tonight, Seth.
It's terrific, Scott, to be with you. I have to say, fortunately, I guess you gave me a phone call, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. So
it's okay. You have you're thinking of the big things out there,
Yeah.
So and helping keep SETI on its tracks. So it's a lot, I know.
Yeah. Anyhow,
Wonderful.
Terrific. Let me know when you want me to begin. And do you have a language preference? Because if not, I'll just speak.
Belgian is nice, I think.
Belgian.
Really...
Well, actually, Belgium has two languages, French and Dutch. Really, is what it is. I speak the Dutch, and I had studied the French, but I don't speak it. Huh?
Esperanto.
Esperanto. Yeah, Esperanto.
Is that where it comes from? Is Belgium?
No. Anyhow, you don't want to hear it. I can tell you, but I don't think you care to hear. All right. So I'm given to understand from Scott that I have to finish here inside of 4 hours. So I'm going to try and do that. Actually, what I'm going to do, I don't know if it's possible for the audience, such as it is, to ask questions after I finish my modest presentation, because I always find that when you take questions, at least you get to address things that the audience is actually interested in, as opposed to things that the speaker is interested in. But is that possible, Scott? Will that be possible to do?
You know, go ahead and take the 4 hours.
Yeah, I'll take the 4 hours. Okay. All right. Well, that would be torture.
We've had speakers go not quite that long, but you know.
Well, I won't go that long.
Okay.
I'm told what I do is I will prattle on for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds
And-
good. 20,
and-
30 minutes is very good.
Yeah, and then after that, I'll take questions, and we can,
Okay.
you know, all you need to do, Scott, is give some sort of, you know, indication that it's over with, and that
I've sent a guy to your house with a hook, and he'll just pull you off the screen. Okay?
yeah, well, it's the only club that I'm likely to ever be admitted to. Okay, all right. Well, look, as you've already heard, I work for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute, the SETI Institute. We never call it by its expanded form, the SETI Institute. And the SETI Institute has been around since 1984. The idea was, in fact, originally to kind of shepherd the NASA SETI program, which began quite some time ago, many decades ago. It was killed, actually, in the 1990s by a senator from Nevada, which I find actually somewhat amusing. He was just trying to prove to his constituents that he was addressing government waste. And for some reason, he thought that looking for aliens was a waste of government money. But I note again, he was from Nevada. He still is from Nevada, I suppose. And if there's one state which seems to make a decent living out of, you know, encounters
Human
with
waste.
aliens, it's Nevada. So I must say I find that interesting. Anyhow, so the whole idea of trying to find the aliens, that's an old idea. And it goes back more than 100 years, maybe more like 150 years, with modern equipment, relatively modern equipment. So looking for the aliens, you know, that's an old story. But beginning around the time of the Second World War, it became possible to deploy a new kind of technology to do that. Instead of just pointing our refractor telescopes in the direction of Mars or wherever it is you think the aliens may be hanging out, it was suggested by Frank Drake and others, actually, that the best thing to do would be to just build a very sensitive radio setup and try and eavesdrop on transmissions from the aliens. Now, you know, you might ask, well, why would the aliens ever want to broadcast their presence? And the answer to that is, well, we don't know the answer to that. I mean, you know, you could argue that maybe it's just dangerous to tell the rest of the universe that you exist, because after all, you don't know what's out there. It's like, you know, it's been likened to shouting in the jungle, never a good idea because you don't know what's out there. And it may be the last shout out that you ever give. But, you know, that was the beginning of SETI when Frank Drake uses radio antenna in Green Bank, West Virginia at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory in the first, you know, kind of SETI experiment. He was a postdoc actually at NRAO, as it's called by those who are hired by it. And they had just built a new telescope, the 140-foot telescope, so-called because it's 140 foot in diameter. And, you know, he was just told by the director of the observatory, Dave Hession, Frank, think of something to do with this antenna. So Frank decided, look, you know, they're not going to fire me. They just hired me. So I can suggest almost anything. And he suggested, why don't we try and point this antenna at some nearby star systems and see if we can pick up any signals, either signals that are deliberately sent our way for whatever reason, or just signals that are emanating from that planet because they've invented radio. So that was the beginning of SETI. And today it's still being carried out. The projects today tend to be sort of parasitic projects. What I mean by that is that they're based on other experiments that are using these big antennas, and as a sort of add on to those experiments, specialized receivers are used to try and tune enough of the radio dial that you might actually pick up a signal. Now, I'm not going to tell you about all that. That's something you can read about. And beside that, most of you probably know how it's done anyhow. But I would like to just talk briefly about what the potential for that kind of an experiment might be. In particular, we've never picked up any alien signal. We never have. But that doesn't mean that we won't. And it may someday occur. I've rather infamously bet everyone in my acquaintance a cup of coffee that I figure will pick up a signal telling us that somebody's out there by the middle of the 2030s. So, maybe another dozen years from now, we may, in fact, find out that there's somebody out there, not just hypothesize about it, but actually find the evidence of that. What would that mean? Well, who knows what it would mean? If you could ever understand them, if you could understand what they're saying, which you might or might not, but if you could, then you would be in touch with a society that's more advanced than our own, at least technologically, because otherwise they don't have the capability of building a big enough transmitter for you to pick them up. So they're going to be more advanced than we are. So, they might tell you interesting stuff, like how to get along with everybody, or maybe how to cure death, or whatever, that kind of thing. So, there could be a real inflection point in the history of Homo sapiens if we, in fact, do pick up a signal from another society, because, who knows what they may be able to teach us. All right. Well, having done all that, let me just say further, what would be the reaction on Earth? Now, you can say, well, isn't there some sort of protocol? It's really a terrible word, but protocol as to what should be done if tomorrow night or next week or whatever, we were to pick up a signal that was clearly being deliberately sent out into space by some aliens. And, wouldn't that change everything? Well, I think it probably would change everything. We would know something very important, even aside from whether they could teach us anything, and presumably they could. We would know that we're not the only kids on the block. And, that's philosophically a kind of an interesting thing to have learned. The other thing that I think is important is what the protocols say about how we should react to that, right? If we were to pick up a signal coming from, who knows what, maybe some nearby star system, a star system, say, within 10 or 100 light years away, not terribly far, what if we were to pick that up? What is it that we are obligated to do? Are we obligated to do anything? And the answer to that is no, we're not actually obligated to do anything. There is a protocol that's been agreed upon by, a fairly substantial number of scientists, most of whom are connected with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, because they like to discuss this possibility. And, so they drafted up this protocol. I have to say that the people that drafted this up were people who worked for NASA. And people who work for NASA have a great fondness for protocols and rules and, that kind of thing. Scientists in general do not, but, some of these NASA types definitely like the idea of having some sort of express plan for what to do if you pick up a signal. And of course, it's been written down. You can find it online. There's nothing secret about it. What it says is very simple. It says, if you pick up a signal that is clearly, not a natural signal like you might pick up from the sun or a planet or something, not just naturally produced radio emission, but a signal that is, for example, narrow band. In other words, it's at one spot on the radio dial. If you pick up a signal like that, well, that's a signal that's produced by a transmitter. It's not produced by a quasar, pulsar, any of those natural radio emitters, just a warm body, right? All of those produce radio emission. You can try it on your kid brother, right? That might be a warm body that's accessible to you, and you would find that he's emitting radio radiation, although he's probably not aware of it. Okay, so what do you do about it? Well, the protocol simply says, if you find it, first the first thing you have to do is just check it out. Make sure it's for real, that it's not just an artifact of your equipment, that it's just not something that really has nothing to do with aliens, but has to do with your own setup there. And then the second thing to do is to tell everybody. In other words, don't keep it a secret. Now, in my experience, a lot of the American public, at least, is convinced that it would be kept secret. These are people who have never worked for the federal government, because if they had, they would know that the federal government is really pretty lousy at keeping things secret. I worked for the federal government for many summers, actually, because I grew up in Arlington, Virginia, just across the Potomac from Washington, D.C. Actually, where I grew up was 2 miles from the Pentagon, so most of my neighbors worked at the Pentagon, whatever. So if you, I was just looking at Laurie's message, kind of distract me. I don't know what to say except that, all right, if we pick up a signal, what is going to happen? Well, the protocol says just tell everybody. That's for sure. That would happen. But it also says, it's one last thing in the protocol that is really the only interesting part of it. And that is, it states that don't send any replies without, sort of international consultation. Now, I've never known what that means, international consultation. Whom do you consult? Do you consult the Belgian chess team, for example, since we've been talking about Belgium? That's international consultation. It's not quite clear that that's particularly applicable here, but what do you do? Well, the false alarms we've had, and we've had quite a number of false alarms in the past where we picked up signals and thought that they were really the aliens. They show that there's just no keeping it quiet, and it would be all over the newspapers, and people would be talking about it. The people on this call would probably be invited to go on talk radio and expound on what they think this means to the future of humanity. So, all right, that might be the case. But if we were to pick this up, one of the pressing questions would be immediately, well, okay, we're picking up a signal and it's coming from that star system 30 light years away in that direction. Do we broadcast a reply? Do we say, hey, we picked up your signal and we, have a lot of used cars we'd like to get rid of, and can we sell them to you or whatever, right? Would we try and establish contact with them? Some people think that would be dangerous. You shouldn't do it. Other people think, oh, yeah, that's great because they could help us with all the stuff we don't know. But that's what the protocol says. It says, let everybody know and don't broadcast anything back without this international consultation, which never been clear to me exactly what that means. I mean, if you talk to 20 people who live in Europe, is that international consultation? I don't know, but that's certainly a possibility. Okay, let me just go on here to something slightly different. I do think that it's an interesting experiment because even though SETI has never made a discovery, we've never picked up any signal that was clearly being broadcast by some sort of intelligence, it seems to me that that's likely to happen in the lifetime of all the people who are, pretending to keep their eyeballs open during this soporific presentation, right? Because the equipment keeps getting better. If you look at the receivers, the sensitivity of the receivers, the amount of bandwidth they can cover, all these sorts of things, you realize that our search for signals that are deliberately being transmitted has improved tremendously in the past 20 or 30 years. And it will continue to improve because if you just make a graph of how sensitive our experiments to try and pick up signals from other worlds is, you find that it follows what's called Moore's law, which is to say it improves exponentially. It doubles essentially every 2 years, doubles in sensitivity, doubles in the amount of frequency coverage. So that's why I bet that cup of coffee that we'll find something within our lifetime, because the equipment keeps getting better. The experiment keeps getting better. All right. have another 10 minutes here before I'm going to open this up to Q&A, but I just wanted to say maybe something else about the fact that maybe there's some of the cultural aspects of this whole search. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has been almost exclusively an American project, right? I lived in Europe for, I don't know, more than a dozen years, actually. And Europe is not a slouch when it comes to science. You could say that Europe invented modern science, right? They know what they're doing, but they don't do this. They don't do SETI. They don't do SETI. They don't try and find signals out there, deliberately produce signals. And when I was living in Europe, I would ask my colleagues, I was at a university there, I would ask my colleagues, why is it that you guys, do all this science, you do a lot of good research, but you never look for signals being sent by other societies? Why is it that you don't do that? And one of the faculty members at the university where I was responded by saying, well, you said this in Dutch, but we were in Holland. He said, because we're too sober for that. Too sober for that. So whatever that means, I'm glad to hear they were sober, but that the Americans they're just not grounded in some sense. And I think that this is one of the great things about the United States, actually, that we're not quite so sober, that we're willing to go out on a limb, that we're willing to try and experiment that might or might not be successful, but that if it is successful, it would upend the future trajectory of Homo sapiens. So yeah, I think that's a good thing. All right. There was something else I wanted to say here before I open it up to what you people want to talk about. And that is, okay, is there any danger in doing any of this? Because I get that fairly frequently if I'm giving a public talk. They say, you guys, even if you're not broadcasting something, might it not be dangerous to even look, right? I mean, is there a danger in some sort of knowledge that we otherwise wouldn't have? Right? Would it have been dangerous, for example, for the Native Americans in the 15th century to look for, people coming from across the Atlantic, that kind of thing? Well, it might have been dangerous, actually. So could it be dangerous for us to find the aliens? Would they be capable or have any interest in doing something that could actually threaten either our existence or our future, that kind of thing? And that may be, you can't, 100% rule that out. But on the other hand, it doesn't seem to me that that's very likely, and beyond that, because it's hard to imagine what they could do that would be dangerous to us. But the other thing is that it would be extraordinarily interesting if we were to find that we weren't the only kids on the block, right? Even aside from what we might learn, it just would be really, really interesting to know that there was somebody out there. You would know that Homo sapiens is not some sort of miracle, right? We're just another kid on the block, right? So that's I think that's something worth learning if it's true. If it turns out that in fact, we're not all that special. We're just, a particular form of life on this planet that developed enough brain power to, do some science, do some research, do some experimenting to find out if there's anybody out there. I think that would really be worth a candle. Okay. I tell you what, I think I'm tired of listening to myself, as I'm sure you are as well. Scott, maybe you could wrangle the questions. It looks like
some
David
questions. Okay. All right. I have a question, and there are other questions here in the chat, but my question is, you are very likely one of, and maybe perhaps the only one in the United States anyways, that will be reached out to tell the world that, we have found a signal. And I think about that because not only will you have to, you know, make a giant gulp and go, okay, you know, and here come the news cameras, here comes the media, here comes everybody, and it will be the question of, you know, of the world, you know, that you'll have to give very carefully thought through answers, because some people might just go nuts, other people might be jubilant, might, you know, every possible emotion will be, you know, brought forth. I think that's a heavy responsibility, and you know, that very few people in the world have. I mean, do you think about that? Is that something you just go, nah, you know, I'll just tell them, I'm just going to blurt it out, okay, that they're out there, and, you know, or do you weigh this stuff? You know, do you sometimes stay up at night thinking about that?
Well, I try not to stay up at night if I can avoid it, Scott. But no, I don't worry too much about this. To begin with, I wouldn't overestimate my importance as far as the media are concerned. It's true that I'm probably in a lot of their Rolodexes, but yeah. but they don't necessarily. I mean, it depends on the story, of course. They will occasionally call me up, even here at home. They'll call me up at any hour to say, look, you know, did you see this story? What do you think of it? That kind of thing. I do get those kinds of calls. But in general, I don't think that I'm perceived as being the person who should speak for Homo sapiens if we were to pick up a signal. I mean, they might ask me, but there are a lot of other people they would ask. They have big Rolodexes, and I think that I mean, look, who comes to mind if they did this actually years ago. When I say years ago, I'm talking about 2 or 3 decades ago, and they asked the members of the American public, if you think of astronomy, for example, what names come to mind? And there were only a couple, and number one on the list was, of course, Carl Sagan. They would call him up. And it doesn't mean that whomever they call up is going to be somebody who's very expert in whatever they're asking them, but that's not the requirement from the media's point of view. They don't need somebody who is academically closely involved or just happens to be an expert on that particular subject. They just want somebody who will be interesting for the listeners or the viewers. That's their primary concern. So, you know.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's get to some of the questions here that we have from the audience here.
When you run out, Scotty, I have a question.
Okay. Well, this
Scott
is
never runs
from
out.
Don Town, watching on YouTube. He says, question for Seth. Do you think any intelligent species would still be communicating via radio? Maybe they should send us a floppy disk or maybe an 8-track tape.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I still have my 8-track player here, but yeah. Well, you do get this fairly frequently because people will say, radio? What are you talking about? Radio is so old school. But keep in mind that radio encompasses, of course, things like television and radar. You know, any form of electromagnetic communication is considered radio from a technical standpoint. And at least as far as we know, the best way to send information, bits of information from one solar system to another solar system is, in fact, to use electromagnetic radiation. In other words, radio, right? Yeah, you could perhaps just mail something. You put it all in a rocket and send it somewhere, but rockets don't go anywhere near the speed of light, of course. So that's very slow. It's also expensive. So yeah, I do think that even though we continue to use radio technology to try and hunt down the aliens, there are good reasons for that. Because it's not because I happen to like, listening to top 40 radio. It's because, in fact, it's, the cheapest, fastest way to communicate over big distances.
Very good. Go ahead, David.
I do have a question. You did mention that in the first broadcast, and Seth, I really did enjoy what you had to say. and I was following it very, very closely. But you did mention that the first artificially sent message would be a very narrow band specific message. In the summer of 1977, there was such a signal. It's called the WOW signal. And I believe it was detected by one of the telescopes that SETI runs in Ohio. And I know it's been explained, but I'm wondering if you would like to address that a little bit. The WOW.
Yeah, the WOW signal. By the way, it's called the WOW signal, not because it was first recorded by William Wow or anything like that. It's just because at Ohio State, which is where the signal was found, they had a big antenna, big radio antenna there. It was replaced eventually by a tennis court, I think. Anyhow, it's gone now. But anyhow, there was this big antenna there, and you know, they would just let it run all night. There wasn't anybody there manning the thing because, you know, that was expensive. They would just let it run all night and see if they ever picked up anything interesting. And once a day, or maybe once every couple of days, one of the scientists there working at Ohio State, and in this case, it was a guy by the name of Jerry Ehman, E-H-M-A-N, he would come in and he would rip off the computer printout from the computers there and see if there were any signals that had been picked up during the night. And he did find one in 1977, as you mentioned, David. And he was so impressed by the strength of this signal that he wrote WOW next to it. So that's how it became known as the WOW signal. Now, the thing about the WOW signal is, yeah, it could have been ET, you know, trying to get in touch, but the WOW signal was never picked up again. It was never seen a second time. And as everybody on this call well knows, if you have a science result, but you only get it once and you can't replicate it, it's not very good science. So the WOW signal has been looked at many times, including by people at Ohio State, as a matter of fact, but it was never seen again. And I talked to, well, Bob Dixon was the fellow I talked to. He was one of the radio astronomers at Ohio State. And I asked him during the course of a phone conversation a number of years ago now, I said, so Bob, you guys had this famous WOW signal. What do you think it was? Was it the Klingons trying to get in touch? What was it? And he said, well, he figures it was probably just, you know, interference. It was a technical problem. It was technical. It was Homo sapiens, but it, you know, it wasn't particularly interesting. So, so much for the WOW signal. But I hope that one day we get a WOW signal that can be verified, right? That you can immediately put it on the World Wide Web and have people around the world try and verify that signal, because that's what you need.
I hope so too.
Very good. Very good. Okay. And you know, SETI's done things to engage the general public, you know, citizen science types of programs or partnerships. And there was something called SETI at Home. Is that still running, or is that a shelved program now?
Yeah, it is not still running, lamentably, Scott. And by the way, it wasn't a project of the SETI Institute. It was, yeah. Well, I was frequently told that, you know, gosh, that was really a great thing you guys had with SETI at Home. It wasn't our project, but it was a very good project, and because it involved the public, and it gave the public at least the possibility of being the first ones to find ET. What could be more exciting than that?
Sure.
But unfortunately, I mean, it costs money to run. Not a whole lot of money, but it did cost money to run. And as a consequence, it was eventually stopped about 15 years ago. I'm not precisely sure how long ago it was, but SETI at Home is no more. I just hope that somebody, you know, has the energy and the resources to start something like that up again.
Right. Right. There was, this is kind of funny. This is from Ralph Wood, and watching on Facebook. He said, I did some SETI in 1995. I blinked a flashlight on and off while pointing it at M13. My message is 0.00135 135, 135, 135, 14% of the way there. He said, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, what's the fellow's name again?
Ralph Wooden.
Ralph. Well, I mean, Ralph may be pleased to know that if the aliens pick up his signal and decide to flatten the Earth as a consequence, Ralph will have the honor of being the person responsible for the destruction of humanity. But
that's right. Thanks a lot, Ralph. Yeah.
That's right.
But he had another question. He said, actually, for a real question, what is the diameter of the space centered on Earth that has been searched around SETI? I think he's asking, how much of space, the sky have we actually searched in the SETI program?
Yeah. Well, the answer to that question is not easy to give because it depends on what sensitivity you insist upon, right? Mm-hmm. In some sense, the entire sky has been looked at, for very strong signals, okay? Because there have been antennas that have been used for SETI, but in both hemispheres, northern and southern hemispheres. But if you ask, well, but what fraction of the sky has been examined, with very sensitive equipment so that it could find something? Well, that's much smaller. Now, mm-hmm. Of course, how sensitive is sensitive. It's a pretty simple calculation, actually. You can work out how strong would a society, or how strong would a signal, would a society that's, say, 10 light years away, what kind of a signal would they need to wield in order for us to be able to pick it up with the kind of equipment we use for SETI? And the answer is, well, it'd have to be fairly powerful. Either that, or they'd have to have some giant antenna farm to direct this signal in our direction. So, when I say pretty powerful, it might have to be hundreds of thousands of watts, or even megawatts, millions of watts. Now, millions of watts, there are transmitters on Earth that can manage that kind of power. Right. So even we, only 100 years more or less since the invention of radio, are able to build equipment that could, in fact, send information to our buddies in space. And maybe we should send them some poetry or some of our reality television or whatever it is we think they would find interesting. But we could do it.
One thing, just a footnote to your wonderful answer to that, is that I do not think that the little flashlight sent out to M13 was the only signal sent there. I read that when that poor late telescope at Arecibo was opened, they also sent a signal using that telescope towards M13.
They did. Yes, that was the result. That was the work of Frank Drake, who was the director of the observatory at that time. And he was trying to think of something that would appeal to the public and would take advantage of the equipment that they had there. Keep in mind that the Arecibo antenna, which is, it's 1,000 feet in diameter, or maybe I should say was, because it had the bad form to collapse. But, it was designed to do really radar work. That's why it was built originally. And then the people at Cornell figured that we could also use this for radio astronomy. But it had a transmitter because it was intended to do radar work. Most radio telescopes do not have transmitters. And one thing you don't really want at a radio observatory is some strong transmitter, right? For obvious reasons. But the Arecibo antenna did have a transmitter. As I recall, it was like 2 megawatts, right? That's a lot of power. Okay, so it could indeed easily produce a signal that aliens, if they're not more than a couple of dozen light years away, would be able to pick up if they had a big enough antenna. And it wouldn't have to be such a huge antenna. We could produce a signal that they could find, which might mean the Nobel Prize for one of these little green guys.
Well, this has been fabulous. I think that one of the other big questions is when's the next time you can come on, Seth? Because people love your presentations. But you can watch Seth on many programs on YouTube, and he has a regular program with SETI. What was the name of that again?
Yeah, we have a radio show. It's called Big Picture Science.
Yes.
Big Picture Science. I think that's what you mean.
Yes, yes. And so, you can join in and follow along with Seth. Seth also gives live lectures at universities and on television, and occasionally with programs like the Astronomical League. So it's always a pleasure to have you on, Seth, and we appreciate it. And you're going to be the first guy I call when I hear that we have found the aliens. So
yeah, well, get out of their way, Scott.
Well, great. Well, okay. Well, thank you so much. And up next is Lori Ansorge from the Astronomical League. Seth, thank you very much.
You bet.
Until next time, take care. All right. So, David, you know Lori and maybe have known her for a while. She was at the Total Eclipse event that we went to down in Texas, and it was a joy to have her down there. And we got to see some of her good astrophotography. What would you have to say about Lori?
I think it says a lot about her accomplishments, her passion for the night sky, her abilities as a teacher,
Yep.
her abilities as a photographer, her abilities as a friend, and someone that I would like to get to know better. Incidentally, I've ordered your warning sign from Amazon, and it'll arrive on Friday. Cost me $7.
Well, Lori's got, looks like she has her presentation ready to go here. Lori, is there anything you'd want to say before we get into your presentation?
Oh, I'm just so thrilled to be here, and that's the sign that David's talking about.
Further than they have here.
I have it prominently posted
Awesome.
on several telescopes, so
That's right.
I'm sure you'll enjoy that.
Right. Thank you again for coming on and representing the Astronomical League.
Thank you. I'm going to share a screen here. And as soon as I move everybody over to where they need to be. Okay, I am thrilled to be here, and thank you for all of your very kind words. You guys are always so gracious and so fun to work with, and I really enjoy it. And I really enjoy these global star parties. So I'm very thrilled to be part of it. So here's the latest from the Astronomical League with a little bit on the lunar eclipse. By the way, in 2022, I was clouded out. Our club had decided to have a public outreach, and I was up there dutifully. And so were some reporters from the Baltimore Sun. And we were completely socked in with clouds. And I did hear from them later that they, in fact, did get to see the eclipse about 5 miles away from where we were at. So it goes. Fresh from the league, there are some rooms left for AstroCon 2025, Bortle 1 skies. Hard to beat that, but do hurry before the rooms get let out and the opportunity is gone. So definitely check that out. See a lot of the folks that you have come to hear on these global star parties at this event too. It's a great way to meet other people of like minds, make new friends. I certainly have, and I really enjoy going to these as well.
I'll be there again, Lori. Just wanted to let you know.
Counting on you, Adrian. We'll also be at the Northeast Astronomy Forum in New York in a couple weeks. If anybody is going to be there, be sure to stop by the Astronomical League table and say hi. Fresh on the Astronomical League's website, too, are a couple of printable handouts, but these 2 pages that explain why the Astronomical League is such a great organization to be a part of. There's a quarterly reflector magazine, and in the back, members of the league have their names posted for the observation programs that they have participated in and accomplished. And it's really great to see the different folks from across the nation that are earning these awards. I really particularly love those awards too. And there's the Astronomy Day Awards. I've put in for 2, gotten 2 with the groups I've been associated with, and it's really nice to be able to share those kinds of things with others of like mind. Also on the league website, I really want to give a shout out to all the fine work. I think it's primarily John Goss, who's a prior Astronomical League president, but there are a lot of handouts that are printable, and they encourage you to print them and share them with the public. This past month, I did something in our What's Up Basics for our club on magnification and eyepieces for visual astronomy. And I, in fact, used some of these handouts that were specific to that. But even monthly, I know the Explore Scientific website has a monthly calendar that speaks to what's up in the night sky. Well, there's also something on the Astronomical League website, Navigating the Night Sky Guides, where you can download usually don't miss it this month kind of thing, but also, and I'll show you an example of this in a minute, the monthly night sky. And there's a What's Up doc from Dr. Aaron Clevenson, who is one of the coordinators of the observing programs. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that NASA this year, for the Hubble 35th anniversary of its flight around the Earth, is celebrating with Hubble Challenges. And this Hubble Challenge can be found on the NASA website. If you just search Hubble and Challenge, you'll find it. So far, they've had items posted for January, February, and March. And for March, it's the Beehive Cluster, M4867, and C48. If you want to know what those mean, do go and click on the great pictures that they have posted that Hubble's taken. But wait, there's more. From the League, there is an ongoing challenge, monthly challenge for going and taking your telescope out or binoculars and finding these objects. And if you do, and draw them and also map out what part of what you saw was in the Hubble image that's featured, or you take an image of it and put a box around it and submit it, you can get one of the monthly certificates. Do it all year with some outreach and you can earn a pin. So that's pretty exciting stuff. I've been enjoying immensely looking at my observations and comparing them to Hubble, which on the surface, there's of course no comparison. But to actually map out which part of the image that I took was the part of the sky that Hubble took is a pretty informative way to look at your observations differently. And then here's an example of the March sky map that I was talking about. John Goss does these as well. These are particularly useful because if you follow them from month to month, they'll teach you the basics of star hopping. So if you're new to astronomy and want to take your observations a step further, star hopping is basically starting with something that you know, for example, the Big Dipper, and then using pointer stars to get you to other places. So for example, in this one, what they're doing is they're showing you the pointer stars of the outer part of the Big Dipper, which is an asterism of Ursa Major, and how that points to Polaris, a North Star. But then going backwards can get you to the sickle for Leo. Then also following it, you can get from the top of your dipper to Capella, which is in Auriga, which can then get you down to where Orion is. And Orion has Betelgeuse, that bright red star that is part of the Winter Triangle, which includes the large dog, Canis Major, and the small dog, Procyon. So it's definitely worth a look. And they also give you a little bit of a taste of what to look for binocular highlights. So pull out those binoculars and practice a little bit of star hopping to get your appetite whet for some observing. But let me exercise some of my eclipse ambassadorship here, because we just had a lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse, of course, is when the moon passes into the Earth's shadow. And the moon can, of course, get darker and may even turn red. And if you look at this illustration here, you'll see where you've got the sun, the earth, and the moon all lined up. And you've got this dark part of the shadow called the umbra, and this lighter part of the shadow called the penumbra. Well, that blood moon effect happens because you have light that's going through the atmosphere, and that is filtering sort of like a murky colored filter onto the moon before it reflects back to the night side of Earth. And then you end up with that reddish color because those wavelengths, the warmer wavelengths, are going to bend long, as opposed to the blue ones you get during the day that gives you the blue sky. But more important to understand when you see pictures like this is that they are almost never to scale. The sun is actually about 109 times the diameter of Earth, and Earth is about 4 times the size of the moon. So I added this nice little graphic here. I didn't put the sun to scale, but I did give you the Earth and the moon to scale. And the interesting thing in this picture is that the distance from Earth to the moon is actually 30 widths of the Earth to get to the moon. That's quite a bit bigger than what you see in this illustration that's showing you the lunar eclipse. Now, we had this lunar eclipse. We shared out with folks the timing of it. So if you take a look at this setup between the Earth and the moon, and then you're standing on the dark side of the Earth at this point, looking out into space at the moon, and you see these are the circles that represent the penumbra and the umbra being the dark part of the shadow. And those who were paying close attention would have noticed that the penumbra represented a darkening of the moon, but it was hard to tell if you were just looking up periodically. But that is part of the shadowing. And then, of course, it became pronounced as it went into the umbra and all the way across to the penumbra again. A lot of times people will see these UTC designations. UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated. And at least for the continental United States, the way to translate that during Eastern, or rather during daylight time, is that UTC for Eastern time is you take the UTC time and you -4. Likewise, Central is -5, Mountain -6, Pacific -7. And so part of our outreach this month was reminding people that we had daylight savings time starting on March 9th, just to confuse you. And then, of course, the UTC was -4 then for the eclipse.
Except for Arizona.
What's that?
For Arizona, we do not do daylight time.
That is correct. and Tehran time is 27 minutes past the hour, which is a whole nother talk we could have sometime about time is relative and it's basically an agreement. But yes, Arizona does not do daylight savings time, and hopefully we'll all come to the good sense of Arizona, in my humble opinion, at some point. That aside, so there's something to be said for why we have these eclipses and why, in fact, we don't have eclipses every month. When we look out into the universe, we look out into our solar system at the disk of the planets going around the sun. And that disk is represented here with this blue line called the ecliptic. So when you look out and you see the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, you also have the planets kind of loosely following those lines as well. Well, the moon's orbit's about 5 degrees out of tilt. So if you were to create a cup model that would represent the moon's orbit around the Earth, it might look like this. And this little orange thing here is just a little push pin. So it's wobbling at an orbit that's a bit askew. What does that mean in the greater thick of things? So as we're going around the sun, we have the moon taking this orbit at this wobbly rate, and where the ecliptic and the moon's orbit intersect, it's called a lunar node. Let me back up a second and just say that solar eclipses only happen during a new moon. Lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you have to wonder, since we have a full moon and a lunar moon, or rather a full moon and a new moon every month, why don't we have eclipses every month? Well, the short version is that since the moon isn't on that same solar disk or on that same ecliptic exactly, what happens is that the shadows fall off into space. So when the moon and the Earth are on this side of the sun, for example, the moon could be too high or too low, and so its shadow would fall into space, or the Earth's shadow would fall into space. However, when you have this node that happens, which is where your ecliptic and your moon orbit are intersecting, you have something called an eclipse season. And that's when Goldilocks of shadows happens, and you have the moon or the sun, or rather the moon or the Earth in the exact position needed to have those shadows fall in the right spot. So these nodes happen around eclipses, or rather equinoxes, I'm sorry. The nodes happen during equinoxes and not during solstices, and it's usually plus or minus within a month of those equinoxes. So that is the short answer on that. But I want to get to the fun stuff now, and that is, in case you missed it, we had this lunar eclipse, and I have this little GIF I created with some images that I took during the eclipse. So as it loops back around, we started off with the penumbra, and then it had the shadow come up like so. And then this was the total eclipse, and then the shadow coming back across. And then lucky me, we started packing up, and then it clouded up. But we had a beautiful eclipse for our whole time, and I put together this little collage of images. So we started off with our moon, had the shadows go across. I brightened this one up so that you could see the features during the total eclipse. And then, of course, the Earth shadow came out of the way. And I always think it's so interesting, too, how with the Earth shadow going across, it's not like the Terminator line that you get from the actual phases of the moon. It's a very, very soft, fuzzy line because it's going through, that light's going through all that atmosphere to create that fuzzy edge. And so I'll pause there and say, do folks have any questions? And I see that Robert's joining us. I have to thank him because in my background here on my other screen are indeed his postcards from the moon screensavers there. So a little plug for him. I really love them.
Well,
But are there questions?
I would have a question if that's okay, Lori. Not
Sure.
really a question, but I think this might be a good opportunity for me to describe my experience with last week's eclipse of the moon. The weather forecast was horrible. Horrible for here in Tucson, horrible for San Diego, where I was going to be. I did go out to San Diego, and on the morning of the eclipse, it cleared up enough I was able to get my daily sunspot observation. And I went up to visit my friend Gene Mueller, a very prominent former observer at Palomar Observatory with their mighty 200-inch telescope. And we were kind of watching the sky, and the forecast never got any better. And then we went outside just to see, and there was a hole in the clouds that allowed us to see the opening penumbral phase. And I thought, if that's all I get, it's still good. It'll be my 103rd eclipse. Anyway, we went out when the partial was about to start, and there was a huge, humongous hole in the clouds through which we saw the entire eclipse, the partial, the total, and then it started clouding over again after the total ended, which was absolutely perfect. I am so glad, Lori, that you got it. These pictures are wonderful, and congratulations. And that's great. Thank you.
Well, we all know who the lucky charm is for clouds parting and the visibility of eclipses now is, and that is David, because this is the second time in the second eclipse season that I've known this to happen to him. So glad you got to see that. Were there any questions, Scott?
No, I think that I know people enjoyed your presentation, but no questions. I am, happy that you came onto the program and, gave all that worthwhile information about the Astronomical League and the AstroCon that's coming up. Are you going to that event yourself?
Oh, yes.
You'll be there. Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you there.
Scott?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Scott, can you hear me?
I sure can. You got a question, Robert?
No, Zoom has crashed. I have audio only. I am going to log off and log back
We can
on.
see you. We
Well,
can
I
see
can't-
you.
Nothing is happening on my screen.
Okay.
I,
All right.
so
We'll go ahead and
I'm-
log off and then.
I'm going to go away for a little bit.
Yep. No problem. No problem.
I can see you too, Robert.
Well, I've lost everything on my screen, so I'm going to do it all over. See you in a minute.
But
Sometimes when this kind of thing happens, you just have to reboot your computer and go from there. So we'll let Robert do that. Lori, maybe you can describe what the path is like when you're learning about astronomy through the league. They have so many observing programs. How did you've been with the league for a long time. What has your path been like? Did it just start off with observing programs? Did you volunteer for stuff? How did it go?
I've always been a volunteer for stuff anyway, but I actually got my start thanks to SETI because they funded an astronomy camp for Girl Scout leaders out of University of Arizona. So, boy, that gave me a whole bunch of stuff to work with. And then through them, I discovered that there was an astronomical league. And then when that happened, then I discovered there were observing programs. And then I couldn't help myself. But every time I turn one in, it feels like I've turned in a term paper, but I also feel like I learned something, learned a lot. So I've probably got about 12 or 18 of them going all at one time at any given time, just because of the time of year to capture some of those. So I think highly of those programs. And I see Robert might be back.
Yep, I can see everybody this time, so it's working again.
Excellent.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Lori, and we look forward to having you on next time. Take care.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So, David, our next speaker is the David Attenborough of the Moon, Robert Reeves.
Give me a swelled head.
I love listening to his voice. I think that I could probably spend my whole night looking at the moon, listening to Robert's soothing voice, carefully guiding us through every reel and crater and, lunar sea. And so it's, I know that our audience never gets tired of hearing about his descriptions of the moon and hearing his passion of what all the moon is. So he was also he suggested the theme for tonight's program.
Well,
The moon is a holy thing. It is absolutely wonderful. And I call all of your attention to Starlight Nights, where he begins the book and ends it with this lovely poem about Lady Moon. Lady Moon, where are you roving? Where are you roving? And the answer is all that love me, all that love me. A beautiful, beautiful poem about the moon. And I think there's a great lead in to Robert's lecture about the moon tonight.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Leslie Peltier is a favorite of us old timers who were around long enough to remember Starlight Nights. The newer, younger generation may not realize what that is, but it's steeped in a lot of history for us old timers. Well, I'd like to start off tonight with a little bit of good news and a little bit of sad news. The good news is, after you're through watching the broadcast tonight, go over to astronomy.com, Astronomy Magazine's website, and the lead article that was just posted today was my summation of the Blue Ghost landing on the moon about 2 weeks ago. The mission wrapped up Sunday, 2 days ago. The first completely successful commercial landing on the moon. The Blue Ghost landed with 10 experiments. All 10 were successful, and I'm particularly proud of the one from here in San Antonio. Southwest Research, just on the other side of town from me, created or perfected what they call the Lunar Magnetotelluric Sounder. And this is a system that deployed 4 electric magnetic sensors in 4 different directions, 90-degree angle away from the lander. And it's using the moon's natural electric and magnetic field to probe down almost 700 miles below the lunar surface. And this experiment was perfected here in San Antonio. And Dr. Grimm from here in town is the primary investigator on that. I'm very proud that Texas is playing a very big role in this. The Blue Ghost was built in Austin, Texas, just about an hour drive north of me. It was controlled from Cedar Park, a suburb of Austin. Texas Tech University in San Marcos, about a 45-minute drive away from me, perfected some of the instruments aboard. Of course, SpaceX has a huge presence here in Texas. They launched it to the moon. So this is a big, big deal for the state of Texas, landing the Blue Ghost on the moon. And it was 100% successful. And my story about it is currently on the astronomy.com. The sad news is a lot of people have asked me, am I going to be at NEAF? And originally I thought I was. But now family and medical situation has dictated that I can no longer go this year. So if you're planning on meeting me at NEAF, I'm sorry, I can't make it this year. I have to stay close to the barn and take care of family. So with that, let me go to screen share and begin my presentation, hopefully. Yeah, looks like it's going to work. My usual introduction, postcards from the moon. And it was um, it was heartwarming to hear the previous speaker mentioned that she was using some of my postcards in her presentation. I'm glad to see that my work gets spread around. That's what I do it for. I don't post it to be selfish with it. I want it to be spread around and enjoyed by as many people as possible. So what I'm going to do tonight is talk about, if the slide advances. Okay, what's going on here? This is very strange. Now my slide viewing program is frozen up. It probably froze the same time that Zoom did earlier. Let me see if I can restart things.
I can see your slide.
Yeah, but it wouldn't advance. So let me go back here and try to bring the whole thing up again. And go back to Zoom. Where is Zoom? There. And try screen share again. Get that back up. And now it's advancing. Yeah, I think the whole thing froze up. I just didn't realize that my slide viewer also failed. Well, I'm going to talk about, last time I talked about one particular crater. This time I'm going to go into detail with another crater, an unusual crater that everybody falls in love with, whether they're new lunar observers or novices or old timers. That's Plato crater. Plato does not look like an ordinary crater. Now there's many craters of this field of view. We're looking at Mare Imbrium, the man in the moon's left eye here. See Copernicus at the bottom, the arc of the Apennine Mountains arcing up the right-hand side and up over through the Caucasus and then through the Alps, and then finally to Plato crater, the dark florid crater at the very top. Notice there's also a similar dark florid crater, Archimedes, out in the middle of Mare Imbrium, but we're going to be discussing primarily Plato. And Plato is 101 kilometers in diameter. It's a substantial crater, but it just does not look like a normal crater. In fact, when the telescope was first applied to the moon and people began to chart the moon, even though Giovanni Riccioli named it, or should I say Riccioli, as I was corrected by Brother Guy, the crater was called the Great Black Lake, because back then they thought the dark regions on the moon were water. Well, Plato is not a lake. It's a solid basalt body like the lunar Mare, but it's very unusual in the entire interior of the crater. Looks like it's paved over flatter than a parking lot. And for that reason, the ancients called it the Great Black Lake. But when it was first formed over 3 billion years ago, it looked very much like Copernicus down at the bottom of the field of view. Normal complex crater, central peaks, collapsed terrace walls. But then as the volcanism slowly filled Mare Imbrium, the same magma chambers that were flooding Mare Imbrium with basalt also welled up through cracks in the floor of Plato and filled the crater from within. The lava in it didn't flow over the walls into it. It came up from underneath the crater. And let's advance a little bit and get a closer look at it. And here we're zooming in on a little bit. The floor of Plato, if you have the illusion that it might be a little bit higher than the surrounding Maria, you're right, it is. The basalt volcanic pressures push the basalt up, so it's actually a half a kilometer higher. The floor of Plato is half a kilometer higher than the basalts out on Mare Imbrium or Mare Frigoris, north of it. Now, Plato is very strategically placed as a hub to draw your eye to northern Imbrium, and it's a marvelous place with all kinds of other features around. And Plato, I use it to kind of branch out and go elsewhere and point out other features on the moon. Here, of course, we've got the river of Mare Frigoris running north of it, and follow my cursor and notice a very distinctively square crater, W Bond. You don't see very many square craters on the moon, but here we have one contrasting with very round Plato. And of course, the Alps mountains arc down and the gash of the Alpine Valley slash through them. And then we drop down to the bird's nest shape of Cassini crater. Cassini itself, heavily modified in a similar fashion to Plato. Lavas welled up from the floor of the crater, paved it over. Lavas from Imbrium lapped up to the rim of Cassini and left it with this bird nest appearance. And then that was punctuated by Cassini A and B, the two satellite craters that look like eggs in the nest. So moving on a little bit, we're getting closer and closer to Plato. And now we're beginning to see some of the effects of the volcanism that filled Plato and paved it over. The rim of Plato, it looks like the standard rim of any other crater, except the basalt fill hides the terrace walls and the central peak that used to be there billions of years ago. But up to about 100 years ago, features on the rim of craters used to be designated with Greek letters. Well, that concept has been dropped now. We don't do that anymore. But the term Plato Zeta used to apply to a feature on the eastern rim, but that was transferred over to this unusual 14-kilometer long block of material that broke away from the wall of Plato and tried to collapse inward inside the crater, but it's wedged in place by all the basalt fill, the lava that filled up the crater. So we still refer to this chunk of breakaway material as Plato Zeta. Of course, going south, we've got the mountain chains, little mountain peaks protruding up through Mare Imbrium, Mons Pico being a very popular spot. And of course, we see the gash of the Alpine Rill here, Alpine Valley, and the rill running down the middle of it. This was fairly unknown to amateur observers until the lunar orbiter satellites back in the late 1960s photographed it. And once we knew it was there and zeroed in on it, when the seeing is extraordinarily good, you can see this rill. It's only half a kilometer long, but it runs the entire length of the Alpine Valley. And Plato is a good anchor to look at northern Imbrium and branch over to these features. More evidence of volcanism. Notice the ground surge around Plato, the downslope away from the rim of the peak. And we have these sinuous rills bursting out here, and then sinuous rills running down through here. This is where lavas that welled up into Plato seeped their way through the walls of the crater and started flowing downslope from the ground surge away from Plato. And kind of a panorama of the a similar area going all the way over to Aristotle and Eudoxus crater. So put several pictures together here taken on the same night. It gives a rather dramatic perspective of the region. And an even closer up, now we see that rill bursting through the walls of Plato, where lava would come up from underneath Plato, worm its way through the wall, and then molten lava would flow down this rill onto Mare Frigoris. And a wider view showing some of the other sites in the region. Like I said, Aristoteles and Eudoxus craters over here in the almost into the sunset. Cassini down below. The Tenerife Mountains here, Mons Pico, Mons Piton, and then the little T-shaped creature right here. Used to be called Piton Gamma, but today I call it Thor's hammer because it looks exactly like Mjolnir, the magic hammer wielded by Thor. The Spitsbergen Mountains down here, and then Aristoteles crater and Autolycus crater. So a lot of action packed up in this particular corner of Mare Imbrium, but the rest of Mare Imbrium is fairly bland. So this is a good region to explore. And there we go. A view of approaching sunset. We're getting more and more contrasting shadows. The Alpine Valley has fallen into shadow, no longer visible. We start to see some of the shadows from the peaks of the rim around Plato start to streak back out onto the crater floor. The wrinkle ridges in Mare Frigoris are now showing up. These wrinkle ridges are where the basalt buckles up, where sheets of basalt crush together as they slump toward the middle of a depression. And they're no more than a couple of 100 meters high, but they can run along for several 100 kilometers in length. And looking south from Plato onto Mare Imbrium, right after sunrise, more low shadow contrast, or a low sun, high shadow contrast. And again, we see the shadows of the peaks extending out onto Plato. But here we see another wrinkle ridge going south, doglegging at the Spitsbergen Mountains and heading off into the sunrise. This particular wrinkle ridge doesn't have any name. Many of them are unnamed, but it's very prominent at sunrise. And again, using Plato as an anchor and branching off to all of these different features on northern Mare Imbrium. And I put this in here, not so much to highlight Plato, but to go back down to Aristoteles crater. And under high sun, notice this little V-shaped streak coming from the crater floor up over the walls and onto, let's see if I can, nope, whoops, it does work. Okay. Hopefully that enlarges it on your screen too. And you see this little V-shaped dark band,
Yes.
dark material that was blasted out, what it was formed by the explosion that created it. This is very unusual. Very few craters have a feature like this. And when they do, we call them a banded crater. This dark streak of material, some heavy concentration of dark mineral deep within the basalt when the crater was formed, got blasted out and created a dark ray instead of a bright ray. And the sun's rise on Plato. I love the lengthy shadows that streak out onto Plato. Now look particularly, let's try that enlarge it trick again and see if, oh yeah, here we go. This particular shadow here, notice it's fairly straight. When these really get long, I call them Plato's daggers. And they can stretch all the way across the crater floor just at sunrise or sunset. But this particular one, notice that it's straight. Let's go to the next slide, which was taken under terrible seeing conditions, but this is the only time I have ever seen the famous Plato hook. That very same shadow. Notice it is now shark fin shaped, very curved. That's what we call the Plato hook. It happens very infrequently. About every 17 or 18 years, the lighting conditions are right so that this shadow will fall on a different sloped elevation on the floor of Plato, and it will create a curved shadow instead of a straight shadow. Now, Patrick Moore saw it back in the 1950s, and people didn't believe him because they went out and looked and looked straight to me. Well, come back in 18 years. It'll come back. And the seeing was terrible that night. As you can see, the detail is horrible in this picture. But I wanted to get that Plato hook, by golly, and I did. So, did I go the right way? No, I went backwards. Sorry. And again, Plato at sunset. These long shadows beginning to stretch out from the peaks on the crater rim, giving it some a unique personality. The same crater can look completely different with a sunrise shadow and a sunset shadow, just because of the way the shadows play across the floor from the rim, and how we're used to seeing the moon late in the evening during the first and waxing gibbous phases. But early in the morning, most people are asleep. They're not out there like a crazy guy like me looking at the moon at 4 o'clock in the morning. So they're not used to seeing the reversed shadows of sunset on the moon. But it gives the landscape a completely different personality. It's worth looking at. And then finally, a goodbye view, again, emphasizing not all craters are round. Plato looks very round. It's one of the roundest craters. It looks slightly elongated because we're seeing it at a slant. It's up at the northern latitudes, mid-latitudes, and then we have Mare Frigoris crossing north of it, and then it's the polar regions north of that. And again, look, contrasting round Plato with square W Bond. So the moon has all kinds of interesting geology, and just take time to look, take time to understand. And if you don't quite understand what's going on with a particular feature, how it was created, there's many resources to get information about it. My own 2 books being the ones I would recommend, but lots and lots of references out there, and the moon is a place you can explore every night for an entire month and not see everything that there is to see on it. So don't pass up the moon. The moon is in our sky. The moon, almost every night, the moon laughs at light pollution. It is a city object. It's something to observe from the city when you can't do your dark sky outings. It's a very fun way to keep up with astronomy, keep up with modern space science, because we're going back to the moon. We've got the recently completed Blue Ghost. Unfortunately, Intuitive Machines 2 tripped on its shoelaces and fell over. The Japanese have a spacecraft on the way to the moon now. It's taking a longer route. It won't land until June, but beware, Lunarians, the Earthmen are coming. So keep an eye on it. There's things happening on the moon. So let me stop sharing here and get back to Maya. My face, and any questions that anybody has.
Robert, that was wonderful.
Thank you.
Go ahead, David. I was just going to say the same thing you did. It is always wonderful to see the various places on the moon, and you can look at it up at it all your life and not know exactly what you're looking at. I took notes on a region that you talked about, the Montes Spitsbergen, the Spitsbergen Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that particular region, as well as Thor's Hammer, as you name it, and I call it the same thing. It's a region I look at to evaluate how sharp my images are on the moon. If I've got separation in some of the mountains and some clarity, and I can see the shape of Thor's hammer in my close-ups, I know I have a sharp image of the moon. The rest, you can have good images of the larger craters, but those features will smear out if it's not quite exact. So those are 2 features you taught me about, and I use those as a litmus test as to whether I've actually snapped a sharp image with a camera and a 600 millimeter lens. So
Well,
thank you for that. I wanted to
Alrighty.
mention that. And there's going to be more that I'm going to need to learn from going back through. And I do have your slideshow set, and they're beautiful images. So
Thank you.
wanted to mention that. I'll probably mention that again later on tonight when we finally get to the end of the presentations and I get to come up. But that's something new that I learned, I think either this year or last, thanks to your some of your postcards. So
Yeah, I'm glad to hear
appreciate it.
that. Now, I didn't want to run long, so I didn't mention, but the 4 craterlets on the floor of Plato are a test of good seeing as well. And of course, if you can see that rill running down the Alpine Valley, oh, you've got some extraordinary seeing going on. Enjoy the night. So thank you. It's been fun.
There we are. Wonderful. Our next speaker, Robert, is Cesar Brolo. Cesar had a little bit of a glitch
everyone.
there, but he is up on top of the roof.
Yes, it's not a
you got a
background
view?
spot.
Okay.
Yes, it's a real situation here in the rooftop.
Okay.
Well.
Okay. Well, great. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Cesar.
Yes,
Thank you.
I having the honor to share my lunar view. I write you, Scott, because you can see the moon now.
Yeah. Oh, it's right there.
It's a little more. Yes. Well, I share my live view telescope of the moon. Of course, if Robert Reeves can have a little of time of some comments,
Sure.
It's honor for me. Totally.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, we'll have Robert on with you here then.
This is going to be a treat. Because last time you two did this, I enjoyed the live views and your commentary, Robert and Cesar. Take control.
And upside down moon. You must be in the southern hemisphere.
Yes. I can turn for you if you like. I can turn the camera up close clockwise 118 degrees if you like.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Well, the moon looks very alien this way.
But sorry about the scene because it's too low in the horizon.
It doesn't look bad.
Yeah. I'm trying to appoint an area of some kind of craters.
Actually, Cesar, where you are right now, this region of the moon, who's it? Ron Breacher earlier in his presentation pointed out features in this area and said it looks like the character, the mom of Wilma Flintstone in that region. And I wish I could describe it like he did, but you're kind of in that region now with her hair and her nose. But of course, everything's upside down, but that's what he called it. If you go back and watch his presentation, you'll see what he means, and you may never unsee it again. How I can pick that part out. And Robert, you may have to see his presentation too to see what he's referring to.
Yeah, I've got to go back and see the
replay.
replay.
Go back and check it out.
Yes, no problem. Of course, that for me is so special that Robert is watching the same moon that I watch him. That tonight is a beautiful night, but it's a mix. You can see a mix of clouds, but for the moon, the beautiful thing is that the people don't miss the opportunity for example, now it's impossible to see stars, but the moon is really great at the telescope in the same way that watching the moon or making this image. and I use them. First of all, I choose a game because I have a game, my own Explorer Scientific 80 millimeters Apple, because the another one, Scott, I get with the same setup in Mendoza, in the same place, only for robotic use. Maybe in April, I'll be working in a remote area from Buenos Aires, and this is for my balcony. I have two equipment. How do you say, gemelos or twins telescopes for using now, one in Mendoza at 1,000 kilometers, 6,600 miles, maybe around, and here in Buenos Aires for the rooftop, and of course my balcony. Sorry, Robert, that I don't use more magnification for the camera.
Well, you've got a lot of detail there, right? Right above the center of the image, notice the curved dark shadow. That's the Altai Scarp. It's the outer rim of the Nectaris impact basin. And then arcing down from, whoops, it went away. There we go.
Oh, sorry. I choose, no, only I choose a smaller part of the, but I return, sorry, I return again.
No problem.
The same field.
Yep. You see that the shadow.
Remember that I am the instrument man. You are the specialist. I'm not. I only move the.
Well, of course, we're seeing that curved shadow of the Altai Scarp, and it arcs to the left in this image, and there's three similar sized craters, and Theophilus craters beginning to enter into the shadow, and part of its interior is, right there, very heavily shadowed. And of course, Tycho over on the upper right, we can see its ray system splattered across the whole southern hemisphere. And
I'm trying to put more light in the shadow area.
It's showing up well.
Maybe too much for yes.
It's looking good. The Terminator.
Yes. We use the same word. We call it Terminador. It's the same Terminator. Yeah. It's not the Terminator of the movies, of course.
Yeah. Yes, the shadow line. If you raise the moon up in the field of view, I'll bet you we can get over to where we were talking about earlier with Plato crater.
Yes, the saturation is really high. We can try to make a live like a live image, mineral.
That looks like green cheese.
Yeah, I was gonna say you put the green cheese filter on there, Cesar.
Sure.
I thought we dispelled that some years ago, that it was not in fact made of green cheese.
Well, he had a blue moon for a little while there.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to make some mineral moon. But the live image is a little,
the trick of the astrophotographers, where I honestly think we lucked out into something where if we boosted the saturation, the colors we got actually corresponded to the colors of elements that were present in those areas on the moon.
Yeah, that's the theory. I see every now and then a bird flying in front of the moon. I see that a lot here in Texas, and a lot of bats too. We have a large bat cave north of San Antonio, maybe 100 million bats. And you can see them drifting across the moon because they look very different than a bird. A bird will gracefully soar, but the bat has the jerky motion. And I see them quite a bit. Consider the moon is like 1/40,000th of the area of the sky, and you see so many of them in front of the moon. It tells you there are thousands of bats in the sky above San Antonio every night.
Wow. And here at this in the rooftop of the tower, we have bats in some places here because and actually they are rebuilding the rooftop, the deck, because in the past we use a small pool, you know, but actually in a small closet that is for tools. It's full of bats. Sometimes I go to connect unplug my equipment, and I say okay. But all people that I know that have observatory or is near to astronomy is friendly with the bats, because I remember, maybe you too, that beside that you see a lot crossing the moon, and it's like you tell that are so different. If you have a dome, maybe you have a bat.
Yeah, it turns it into a bat roost.
If he go inside. Yes, many times I went to the observatory, and 3 meters domes, me and a bat flying. Oh, it's a nightmare. But many people tell me the same. They say, oh, okay, again the bat.
They won't bother you.
Yes, in Spain, I heard that they, in 20 years ago, or more, 30 years ago, they use for study the migration of birds, how many birds was crossing the moon, and they the Birds Association that study the birds migrations, they told to the people that amateur astronomers count the numbers of birds crossing the moon image to have some some average or an idea of number of birds flying, take a migration between 2 different places. This was very interesting. I remember that I wrote this in a biology from Spain magazine. Very interesting. I never suspect, because they had, of course, the number of birds, in the day, but how you can see the birds in the night with the full moon and through the telescope, of course. But now, earlier I see some birds, but now not. Birds or bats, as you told me.
Well, in this view, you can easily spot Plato that we were talking about earlier, because it's so distinctly dark and round and not crater-like. And in this view, it's down just below the center of the image, on the lower shore of Mare Imbrium. There, now we're showing it a little bit better, and you can see why the early telescopic astronomers called it the Great Black Lake. Very, very distinct, very unique, very different.
Wow. Yes, it's incredible. Here you can see a bird. No, it's a bat. This was a bat. You can see that.
Yeah, they have very different flying patterns. So the bats.
Yes, it's real that you tell, Robert, because it's totally different, the flying. And how the moon is not so high in the sky. I think that if you have the in the sky, in top of the sky, near to the zenith, you can see more birds if you are in a migration time than bats. But in this angle, I think that you can see the moon here. I think that is is the, how do you say, the altitude of the rooftop an average rooftop in Buenos Aires, maybe a little more. And this is how we can see more, we can watch more bats than birds, maybe.
You know, they like to roost on the roofs of tall building and turn them into bat roosts. A lot of them downtown and the buildings downtown in San Antonio, because like I said, there's a huge bat cave north of San Antonio, has something like 100 million bats in it. The Bracken Bat Cave got more bats than the Carlsbad Cavern bat cave. So we're used to bats here in San Antonio, and glad of it, because they eat mosquitoes, and there are lots of mosquitoes.
Yes. And I know I have a friend that lives in Argentina. He's American, actually. And actually is my English professor, sorry. And he's from Texas, from Houston. And he told me they saying that for many years they have like a box open in the base in many places to keep bats, because they are so important for eating mosquitoes, especially.
Yep. Yeah, we're familiar with bat boxes. It's getting to where I need to run upstairs to my observatory and start it tonight. It's gotten dark enough that I need to start doing some real astronomy. So it's been fun, and I've enjoyed chatting with you, but I'm going to have to sign off and go up to my observatory now. So
okay.
It's been fun.
All right. Well, this might be a nice transition to bring on Tom Meneghini from Mount Wilson Observatory. Tom has been patiently waiting there, and I know that we're all dying to hear what's going on out there in California. Cesar, thank you very much.
Thank you
for your live views.
Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure share with the moment with Robert Reed, with the whole audience.
Right.
Well, this was my telescope.
Yeah, it's great to have a wonderful narrator like that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It looks like an Explore Scientific ED80 there. Is that right?
Yes, the APO. This is the first light for this telescope, because it's new. I received today. Okay. Yes, we received today the order, the shipment. Maybe can tell you that he sent us for another place, but unfortunately, yes, we keep the shipment for Buenos Aires. And well, this is the first light I have. This is for me, not for sale. We have a lot for sale. Telling for the people that enjoy this telescope, because this telescope with this mount work very, very well. Small for a backpack, and you have a go-to telescope in a small place. Something that I have now for me, one is the Dwarf 3, but I like more I'm more classic. I like more this, and for planetary image especially, and the quality of course, of deep sky image, the telescope is amazing. But I'm going to try the Dwarf, maybe not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. And I'll send you some pictures. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I appreciate it.
Thank you again for inviting me,
Cesar.
Scott.
Thank you.
Well.
All right.
Thank you.
And if you're in Buenos Aires, you need to go to Optica Sirocco and meet Cesar in person, and pick up some new telescope gear. So thank you very much. Take care.
Thank
Cesar.
you, Scott. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so Tom Meneghini is waiting backstage here, and he has been with Mount Wilson Observatory, I think, maybe 20 years, something like that. Tom can correct me on that, but he is fantastic in what he does for the observatory and for the public at large. He helps run programs ranging from musical concerts under the dome of the 100-inch to amazing nights under the stars with the 60 and the 100-inch, where you can actually put your eye to the eyepiece. He's also recently been involved in promoting scientific inquiry with these telescopes. I think that they have revived a speckle interferometry program with the 100-inch telescope, where they can actually get great detail on stars with that amazing instrument. And it's just real nice to see this telescope come back to doing what it was originally intended to do, which is to do science. So, Tom, thank you very much for coming on, and I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Everybody hearing and seeing me okay?
Yep, it all looks
All right,
good.
good. So I have to admit I'm a bit of a Luddite with I'm usually a watcher rather than a presenter on these forums. So I've made up a little slideshow, a little PowerPoint presentation of the last illuminization we did, which was just about a year ago
Wonderful.
to the week. So I am going to try and share my screen and get over to that. Let's see if I can
All right.
share. And here we're going to do this. Screen one. Okay. Screen one share. Okay.
There you go. I can tell it's starting.
All right. So
There you go.
we can all see that?
A
Okay,
heart of
great.
glass.
Great. I'm going to run it from the menu because there may be some operations I need to grab controls in here. since
Sure.
I did get a chance to test it on this type of
It'll
form
work.
before. Okay, all
No
right.
problem.
So I've entitled this "A Heart of Glass," which is the 100-inch mirror in the Hooker telescope at Mount Wilson Observatory. Of course, it was used by Edwin Hubble most famously. Basically in the early part of the 20th century, Mount Wilson was the place to go. If you were anybody in astronomy, you went to Mount Wilson and worked with them, work with the instruments up there. So many discoveries done there. Michelson did the speed of light experiment up there, but not on a telescope. He had his own design. Other is Harlow Shapley on the 60-inch. Measured the size of the Milky Way and our position in the Milky Way itself. And then, of course, Edwin Hubble, most famously for, discovering the Cepheid variable in Andromeda Nebula to determine it was outside of the Milky Way, thereby discovering the universe, as we like to say. And further on, looking at the blue shifts and other galaxies in our local group, determining that the universe was expanding. So it was it's a great place, and up to the time, about 1948, Palomar came online, and we became the second large, well, actually probably, the second largest telescope in California. But we move on. I've been with Mount Wilson now going on 23 years. My God, how time flies. So I'm going to start out with our process of illuminization, which we did, this is a beast of a telescope. Let me just start on it right here. Okay, so, oh, come on, go away, please. Okay, thank you. So the Hooker telescope was named, everybody thought it would be named after Carnegie, but it was named after John Hooker, who was a local businessman. I think he owned hardware stores in the Los Angeles area. He paid for the mirror casting and therefore got to name the telescope at Hale named it the Hubble telescope. And it is, even though it's now, by nowadays standards, it is a beast of a telescope, really, to stand by it. I know the Palomar is more impressive, but for 1917 construction, the moving weight there is about 100 tons, and it's supported by, on the north pier, and the south is tanks of mercury that toroids are floating into it, buoy about 95% of the weight of the telescope itself, and works very smoothly. crews and volunteers have kept this mechanically very sound. We're proud that it's still working, and we work hard to maintain it in operating condition for both public programs and more now, if I have my way, more and more science. So little tour here. So we've made this optically friendly because it was never intended to look through. It was just designed to use glass plates for photography. And that's how they recorded science. At Carnegie, there's probably 250,000 glass plates of various sizes, archiving work done at Mount Wilson, and probably a few other Carnegie observatories. But you see the pickoff, there's a tertiary over here. Light comes through and hits a diagonal mirror, collimating mirror about right here, and then down to another prism, diagonal, and into a refractor, which happens to be a Explore Scientific. Is it a 127 or 130, Scott? I can't keep it straight.
It is a 127.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's now at which is the scope is usually f/16 at Cassegrain focus, and with this relay optic system, it's f/11.2. But
wow.
It's delightful to everybody to look through it. Views are great. They'll blow your socks off. So wear a couple pairs when you come up there. To really luminize everything, we can't truck it down there. It's just too big to move. The glass itself weighs 9,000 pounds. In 1934, one of the first vacuum chambers, luminization chambers, was made and brought up to Mount Wilson. And since that time, they abandoned the chemical deposition of silver on the surface, which tarnished very quickly, substituted for aluminum, which had better longevity, months, maybe a little more worth, because they used it every night. They used it a lot, so it degraded. But this was a big boon to astronomy because it had more working days, more productive days than with silver. So, and we move on. So our challenge, now that we have no active science programs going on up here, we have a staff of not astronomers and not engineers, but we have maintenance people and a lot of volunteer technicians. Some of them are engineers, electrical, mechanical. We have architects, we have lawyers, we have accountants, and we have a lot of individuals who are amateurs or love astronomy or love old equipment, and all of us work together to keep this telescope maintained. What you're seeing here is the bottom of the mirror. You can see the pad supporting part of the mirror with a counterweight from another pad. And you see the bubbles in there. That's our champagne glass. When it was cast at Saint-Gobain factory in France, they couldn't pour a full ladle of 9,000 pounds of glass in one pour. So they had to do it in 3 successive pours, and each one trapped bubbles in the glass. And this particular one has a lot of bubbles, and it was shipped to Mount Wilson, and the chief optician, George Ritchie, rejected it, fearing that the bubbles would cause the glass to either crack, or if a bubble cavity was at the surface and he was figuring that he would expose a cavity and make the surface imperfect. But it turns out that wasn't the case. So as it turns out, Saint-Gobain tried 6 more times to cast 100-inch mirror glass, and they all broke. This particular one we have is the second attempt. And so this is the survivor of 8 attempts to pour a 100-inch mirror. And I have a theory that the bubbles in this glass actually probably kept it stable. And that's why we still have it. So as we move along here, so we have to take the whole telescope apart virtually. I mean, at least the optical components. The first one is the top, which is the Cassegrain cage. The top section is removable, and we received the Newtonian cage back from the Smithsonian. We have it there. I don't think we're going to put it on the telescope, at least I'm not going to try for a while. And then we have the Coude for spectroscopy. So here you see the lifting fixture, which is suspended from the crane in the dome. And JT over there on the left and myself on the right are fastening the fixture to
do you know how
lift
space
it.
is?
Sorry? Okay, anyway. So we're getting fixed to lift that off. Which we'll see right here. I'm going to try and run this guy right here. Oh, let's see. This is us lifting it off with a crane. I hope this runs. Yeah. A bit jittery.
Well, it's trying to run. It's frame by frame, but
frame by
yeah,
frame.
we can see it. Yep. Frame by frame, we can slowly see that moving up.
There you
so
go.
it is working.
So we picked it off the top, and then this crane is on rails. There are rails on either side of the dome slit, and that rolls back down, and we set it. We could set it down on another level below us to work on the extracting the mirror itself. Then the next part is removing the main mirror. So we have this fixture that was made that has synchronous jacks on 4 sides that we lift up and grab onto a bearing point here and on the other side and unbolt from this level here and then lower it. You see us unbolting it here. And we also have they're hard to see, but there's a rod right here that's actually stabilizing the whole telescope, the whole truss and telescope to keep it from tipping east or west. But now we're actually getting everything out of the scope, and where am I here? I've lost my way. Okay. All right, so here's the fixture, and it's on wheels, of course, and we can only move it left and right. Angles, we have to go zigzag. We can't go diagonally, so we have to kind of walk this across the floor here to get it out from under the telescope. So this is where we'll work on it further to extract the mirror itself from the cell, which is another completely difficult job. So here we are with the mirror covered. We're lowering a device called a Whiffletree, which is suspended by this hook right here. It's hard to see. This is a wood and steel construct, and it's made to evenly distribute the pull around the circumference of the mirror once it's clamped on. I think we have a better picture here. Yeah. Okay, you'll see this device here. It's a series of yokes and rods. I call this an act of faith, really, because what this device does is we clamp this around and tension it circumferentially to just hold the mirror very, very tightly. And there's a rubber gasket in between the metal and the glass. But you can see there's nothing supporting the bottom. So this is just hugging it very tightly, and I'm deathly afraid of this. And we never say we never say we're dropping the mirror below. We say we're lowering it. Drop is not a word we use, and maybe this one will work a little better here.
There's no flange that holds the bottom of that?
Nothing. There's little tabs right there. right there, right there. I think those are for psychological purposes. They would never hold it.
Psychological. Now, is this like terrifying to do? I mean,
Oh my God, I bring a rosary with me.
What's the replacement cost
Yes.
on an optic of that
Perfect.
size?
It's
you don't even want to
irreplaceable.
know.
It's irreplaceable.
How many decades of the rosary do you do? when this
I can do
procedure is
3
happening?
Okay.
quickly.
So if the 100-inch telescope was an Explorer scientific telescope, okay, if you did drop the mirror, we would replace it.
Norm would do it, right? Or
Yeah, we would replace it.
I haven't checked with Saint-Gobain. I
What's
don't
the-
know if
what's
they'd
the
replace
time-
it.
So if we could get
God,
Explorer
what's the
Scientific written on the side of the 100-inch telescope, which there's probably lots
What's
of
the
people at the
estimated
Carnegie
time
observatories
that it would
who
take
would
for
kill
you to
me.
replace such a
Okay.
mirror?
I don't know that we could. I don't know that we could. I thought about it, and maybe we'd say, well, 100-inch mirror, if we had it, made out of fused quartz, what would it cost?
oh,
And it would be much lighter than this. We'd have to weight it, overweight something, to
Sure.
keep the scope balanced, because this is 9,000 pounds. So it's considerable weight at the end of the tube there.
9,000 pounds. I heard
9,000
John
pounds of
Schwartz
glass.
I heard John lifts that as a warm-up.
Tom, if you need a hand, I'm always available.
Oh, okay.
That's his warm-up weight.
That's your warm-up
9,000,
weight.
and he
Okay.
goes up from
All
there.
right. Well, buddy, we can put you to work. No problem. Okay. So that's the extraction part, and where am I going next here? So we lower it down to our ground level, and this is a rinse and wash process. Larry Webster is here. He's our chief, I'll call him optician. He doesn't make things, but he cleans and resurfaces everything. He's in charge of all the operations for the 7 Chara telescopes. They're 1-meter telescopes. Our 100-inch here, our 60-inch, and all their mirrors, plus the solar telescope. So he's busy all year long, at least all the time it's warm. When there's snow, we can't do anything because it's too wet and too cold for the illuminization process to be successful. So here he is soaping up the mirror. This is Orvis soap. This is horse soap, and this is before we strip the aluminum off. He's actually uses his hands to dislodge anything that's stuck onto the aluminum surface. So if he slides something coarse or later a rag or Tex wipe is what he has in his hand there, it won't scratch the mirror surface. So it's you can actually feel any kind of grit that's on there, and you can remove it very quickly. So you have to have really long arms, though. So that's because I only think a few basketball players can reach that middle without some type of
right.
board or extension to lay over it. And so this is the glass over here. As you can see the casting levels, the first layer, second layer, third layer. Third layer seem to have no bubbles in it, but there's kind of waves and everything else that's trapped in the lower levels. But you can see the pattern in the glass now that it's clear, and probably can appreciate why George Ritchie rejected it. Well, our next job, of course, is to take that wiffle tree and pick it up out of the tub here that we washed it with, and put it on the surface of the illuminization chamber. And I got one more little movie here, and we took a little movie of the viewing port inside the chamber itself when it was flashing. So it may be disappointing because it doesn't play at the right speed, but it's all dark until it isn't. So there's the flash. And in about 2 seconds, all of the electrodeposition is done. That's it. That's all. That's as long as it takes. It takes us 2 weeks to do this operation, and that's the quickest part, and probably the most critical. So one more mirror left. We did the secondary, we've done the primary, and now we have the third mirror, the tertiary. This is the one that sends it out. This is the top of the relay optics, and we have another port to the south, which I'm trying to activate for instruments like the speckle cameras and maybe a spectro something a good end a high end CCD. In fact, we were donated a SBIG STX 16038 I think it's a 16038 CCD with a adaptive optics and a filter wheel. So that's a good place to try it on. And here we are. Compared to the other mirrors, this is wimpy, but that's the size of the tertiary mirror.
How many inches is that?
I'm sorry?
How many inches is that mirror?
I would say it's probably around 22 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good scope on its own, but it's totally flat, so I can't use it. So when we have a mezzanine level in the dome where we have our work area set up, and this is where we remove the mirrors here from the secondary cage. We have to lower it down onto a dolly and kind of lift up the rest of the cage and then move it out so that we can pull it out of its cell. Same with the tertiary mirror, which is much smaller here, but we can work on it and get it prepped and crated and then lift and send it down on another crane with in a skiff and get it down to the illuminization chamber. They'll be put in together. If there's any other mirrors that need illuminized, they'll be put in there because there's lots of room in there, and we don't like to we like to utilize all of it. So all right, now that the 100-inch mirror is successfully illuminized and the reverse process was used to bring it back up and set it back in the cell here, same operation in reverse. And let me just try and Larry puts text wipes on the mirror surface to keep it from, accidentally getting touched, abraded, whatever. And so I said, well, I'm not going to try and reach and pull off every text wipe, so I did this instead. So I took our CO2 gun that we cleaned the mirror with.
That's smart. No debris.
And I said, well, this is the safest way, and I can reach it all. I'll clean it up a little bit.
I should get one of those for my scope.
I'm sorry?
I say I use a blower, a cordless Makita blower, but
okay. Well,
that's
CO2 is good.
There, right?
You kind of get little crystals,
wow,
and they sparkle and kind of pop things off, which is part of the principle.
That's very cool.
Here's one. I have things you don't see usually on the telescope, so I thought this was worthwhile putting out here. And this is the underside of the mirror cover, which we never get to see with the mirror there because we can't look through the glass itself. And then down below on the other side of the mirror, the actual mirror supports. These are all counterweighted and made to balance as the mirror moves in deck or RA.
What do they call that? They're little cantilevers on the actual pads of the cell. Right?
We call them little pads, but these are pads, and they have a linen cloth on top of them, so they won't abrade the mirror. They won't be metal to glass contact. It's an insulation, if you will, friction insulation between the glass and the pad itself. But you'll see on the ends of each one of them is a counterweight.
Right.
So
that presses back, right? When
that
it's
presses
yawed?
back, exactly. So it balances all around as the mirror changes, it shifts weight from one side to the other. And inside here are pads that push and actually hold it to keep it from, basically shifting inside the cell itself. There are eight of these sections around here that that are terrible things to take apart and put back together. They're full of 18 ball bearings that roll around plate. If you accidentally lose your grip on one, you have a whole bunch of ball bearings that chase around underneath the scope, which we don't like really much. That's not quite putting it together, but we had about 18 people on this job. It took us 2 weeks. We worked probably 8 days solid to do all of this, but there's a lot of little jobs. A lot of these operations are performed simultaneously, so there's always something happening. But we have a great group of volunteers. We find them as we ask, do you like telescopes and do you have any mechanical skills? And we find some wonderful people who know what they're doing, people who've worked on heavy equipment and elevators and machinery, all kinds of equipment, and they just love this old stuff, and I do too. That is it, and thank you for watching. That's myself down there trying to unloosen the cam lock to get the top cage off, but I appreciate the chance to show you our wonderful telescope, and if you like it, I have hundreds more pictures. So thank you, Scott, for the opportunity.
Yeah,
to,
for sure.
show
We'll
this.
have to have you back on and talk about that. What is Tom? What's going on at Mount Wilson right now? You guys always have programs going on.
We have snow right now. Sorry to interrupt.
You still have snow.
Right now. We have snow. We're waiting to illuminize the 60-inch, and I'm waiting for the weather. So right now the campus is a big ice skating rink because we've had very wet snow. It melted, it refroze, and the whole place is a rink. And I don't want people up there. It's dangerous. And then
sure.
If it warms up this week, a little bit next, we'll go up and disassemble the 60-inch and do the same operation.
Very good.
Do you have to do that every year?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, good.
Sorry. Don't.
Not just no, hell no.
Hell no. We do this as seldom as possible. And I guess we may overdo it, but we wait. We can tell when it's degraded because if we point the scope to the moon and look at the bottom of the glass, if we can see the moon through little chips in the surface, we know it's time to luminize. So that's basically our first clue. But it usually is 5 to 7 years is when we do it.
It's a beautiful scope. I've had the
It is.
pleasure of looking through there, and boy, I've got to get back. I missed it this year. The weather,
Yeah.
it killed us. October.
Yeah. And not to mention the fire.
Yeah, that was worse. That was a close call.
That was too. So yeah, we've had an exciting few years.
We got a little frozen here.
Yeah.
So what happened? There we are.
Okay. You got it?
There we are. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. And Tom, we'll have you back on again. There's so much to learn about Mount Wilson. Yeah, even now, because of the ongoing outreach activities they do, the current science that they're doing, which is, I think, all being conducted by, probably some amateurs, but maybe pro-am people, and I think the speckle interferometry research that's going up there is some of the most fascinating to me personally, because it was their speckle interferometer that they were using was all built from it just puts a giant smile on my face. But
well, we have the likes of Russ Genet, who's spearheading this. With
yes, and
Stellar Group.
Russ is the pro-am guy
Right.
that I was
And we have
referring to.
We have David Rowe, who's an absolute genius
Yeah.
on all of this stuff. I mean, in programming and in scientific application. So it's a wonderful group, and I like what they're doing because the people who are reducing the data are students, high school and college students that
Wow.
are helping to take the data and then reducing it to with they've developed their own software to do this, to do the Fourier transform to produce an object, and they were separating objects 0.027 arc seconds apart.
0.027.
Oh,
Wow.
0.027 arc seconds with the
That's
100 inch.
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
That's
And
crazy.
this year we'll have fresh aluminum, and I'm hoping that they'll do even better SNR, that it'll help them look even deeper and separate more objects. But I'd like to do a feature on that, and kind of show their operation, what they're doing, and
Sure.
maybe you might have one of those guys present too.
Yeah, that would be
for
really
that.
cool.
That would be good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much, Tom. Take care.
All right. All right.
Yep. I also want to mention that Mount Wilson Observatory is one of the founding members of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. And if you just search that, Alliance Historic Observatories, you'll run into the website and learn more about that organization that's putting these observatories, historic observatories from around the world together to support each other and to prevent things like possible closures of some of these beautiful and still amazingly high performance instruments. So, okay, our next speaker is John Schwartz. John, you want to come on with us?
Yes, I'm almost here. I'm out at the beach today.
You're on the beach today.
I am.
Okay, all right. Well,
it's a beautiful moon.
Uh-huh.
And I'm out at the ocean. You can hear the waves crashing. There's been some big waves. Can you hear them?
I see. Wow, look at that moon.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Oh, there's the waves.
Now, let me, for those of you who have never seen John Schwartz before, he's a space artist. He's an artist in his own right, and comes from a family, I think, of people that his father, gallery owner, so John's always been involved somehow in the creative aspects. But he loves astronomy. He loves looking through big telescopes. He's very much an outreach enthusiast as well. And I just love John's enthusiasm and his drive to always try to do better, no matter what he's doing. So, John, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you
for
Scott.
coming on. Yeah.
So you might not believe it, but these drawings I've been doing, they almost have become, three-dimensional, and I'm actually within them. This is actually a drawing that I did. I just thought it was cool for the background,
Very nice.
Anyway, so let me put my thing. So, that Wilson was a terrible scare. We were really worried because that fire was extremely close. And I know that everybody was really worried about that. It was, could you imagine losing that historical telescope? That would be pretty terrible. I don't think you could ever replace it, but so we've been getting a lot of rain as well, which is good. We need it to put the fires out. And everything's kind of getting back to normal out here in California. Hopefully, people can get their lives back in order and everything will be a-okay for everyone. Gotta wish for the best. Anyway, So, of course, we're from planet Earth. This is our home planet. And we're very lucky to have the moon that we have because it stabilizes our planet and keeps it very, normal, the weather patterns, and not so chaotic, and gives us a bit of stability. There's our moon floating in space. It goes around our Earth and keeps it stable. And for thousands of years, people have looked at that, and the ancient people were very intrigued by the moon. They thought it might bring bad luck or even different events, the crops growing in different times of the year, creating the pyramids for the solstice to line up, and just amazing technology back in those ancient days that they had. But moving forward, our moon is essential for the eclipses. We would never have these eclipses if we didn't have this moon, which exactly fits perfectly in the front of the sun to block it out so you can see the corona, which is amazing. Again, back in the day, they thought that was a omen, a sign of something bad to come. But then it would pass and everyone would realize, hey, that was not bad after all. Now, this is a picture that Mirko took. I wanted to show the importance of the moon for us as a humanity and a race of people. The moon would give us a lot of things like elements and water, perhaps, and helium-3, different elements, rare moon minerals that could power future spaceships and even give us water to drink and build habitations. Just have everything you need. And if you look at the colors in that moon, you can see there's different elements. That's actually a real color picture of the moon that Mirko took. It's a very nice picture that he let me show you tonight. It's very pleased to see it. Excellent color.
So detailed.
Okay, so now I'm going to move forward to the eclipse. We've had this wonderful lunar eclipse. I don't know if anybody experienced that eclipse.
I did.
But I was locked and loaded with the Explore Scientific 80mm triplet, and it was the perfect scope for this. I gotta say, it just was nice and easy for me to use, and I had it pre-set up, thank God, because it happened earlier than what I had thought it would, according to the time I read. I must have read the wrong one. But this picture represents the first contact. You can see where the shadow's just starting to touch. That's the Earth's shadow right there. And as it progresses, I step back to the wide field. This is more of a naked eye. And you can see the clouds because I was fighting them all night long. But I did get lucky because I got to see the whole event. You can see my neighbor's satellite dish in the lower right corner. They don't even use it. I should have them take it off, but it is interesting. And then this one is actually moving forward from the first contact, getting closer to totality. This was a very hard sketch to get exact. The illumination on the moon, it was killing me I just couldn't get it right, and I hope I did. It's still kind of not perfect, but I like it. Then, of course, we're slipping away now. It was almost gone. There's just so little of that moon left. And just before that thing goes away, it just, boom, it goes to red. And this was a cloud wide field view that I had. This is more of the naked eye. I think I was using a small pair of 8x25 binoculars. I wanted to try to do the wide field image to portray it, in the different ways you see it when you're looking at it. It was kind of muted due to the clouds, but it had a weird glow this time. The ones I remember before, that brighter light was on the bottom. So I guess it's just the position of the Earth. And where the shadow hits, but that's actually our atmosphere that's causing that glow. Now we zoom in a little closer. Again, the muted look. It's very like kind of masked by the clouds, so it didn't allow the intricate details of the lunar cratering to show through, because that scope really shows great detail. Perfect field too, by the way. The size, I used a 16 millimeter eyepiece, another version. Now I go back to this was an older work I did. I remastered it because I'm getting better. So I repainted every star. I wiped the field clean, and then I repainted every star, and I reworked the clouds a little bit and the moon to get a three-dimensional effect. I just love to paint clouds, and I love astronomy. You know, when you're out and you think you can't do astronomy because there's clouds, you really can, because the moon is your savior. It'll give you some spectacular moments where it pops through those clouds and you see those moments, and they just give you that fulfillment, you know, that, hey, wow, I can't believe I'm seeing this. And notice the clouds of the Milky Way in the background. This is all a conceptual piece, more or less. I didn't really try to paint the Milky Way. Okay, this was warm-ups. These were my actual practice sketches, 3 nights in a row. I took the better of the 3. But this one, it was opening up. It was cloudy and rainy, and we just got the rain just left. And I literally went out at 3 a.m. and I saw it breaking up. So I sat out with a little pair of 8x32 binoculars and got this view. So I managed to get a nice sketch. I'm working on getting the illumination. It's hard. It's hard to get the illumination of the clouds. It's just something that nature has a much more subtle hand.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you
good.
fine.
I wasn't
there are
sure.
times
Yeah,
when
we
you
can
get
hear you just
really
fine.
quiet, but
Oh,
I
great.
hear you,
Yeah,
when
the
you're
volume
talking, I
was-
hear you fine.
These are some rough studies. I kind of could go further with them, but I just, you know, it just gives you an idea. Again, when the clouds are out, you got a nice little 80 millimeter. Let me tell you, you can really take advantage. Or a camera, Adrian. This was a cool one. Have you ever seen like a moon ray ever before?
I have. I don't think I've captured it in camera.
Yeah.
You've captured it well with your sketch. I have seen it.
Yeah, I didn't get the
Yeah.
illumination quite right, but it's getting there.
No, that's what I recall. It's you got all the
Okay.
clouds and then the moon peeks through it.
This was I had a dream. I got lost out in way out in the middle of nowhere, and when I woke up, this was what I was looking at when I went outside. The fog, it was just like an eerie fogged moon, and so I managed to get a sketch off, which I really like. This one, it's, you know, reminiscent of life, and when you're lost and you're in the fog and you just don't see a path, and everything's just like just afloat, adrift in your mind, and you can't pin it down, and just know that that fog's going to clear and you're going to get through it, man. And it's going to clear up and reveal a super beautiful sharp moon in the morning, a crystal blue day, and you're going to greet that day head on with a vengeance, with passion, right? Boom,
Yes.
there's the morning moon. I told you it would clear. Look at that earth shine.
Shine.
It just gives you back, you know, knowing that our planet is reflecting the light, the life back onto the moon. It gives it that just a feeling of it's alive, you know? Who knows? Maybe there is microbiological frozen. This is another one. Way out. I'm working on these, like, my eyes aren't what they used to be, but when I use the binoculars, I can actually get more detail on the moon and incorporate it in my wide field shots. So I've been having a lot of fun with these. I'm going to pick it up because I think I'm dragging. This was the wife and I. We went back to Colorado to the Garden of the Gods. Adrian, you must go. Everybody, you must go and see this. It's the most amazing thing. It's almost like a Chelsea Bonswell painting. Did I pronounce that right? I hope. The Moon Artist.
Chesley Bonswell.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And look at how clear the moon in the background. I mean,
yeah.
And that's the wife and I. Yeah, that was our day together. We had, my brother-in-law had passed. I don't want to talk about that. I'm trying to keep this fresh, but yeah, you know.
No, you all went out together and enjoyed.
Right.
Nature.
We were
absolutely. That's
this
the best way to handle it.
Spent the day with my wife, and we just had an amazing day that day. We even played miniature golf, and that was a lot of fun. But this was my picture from so what we did is we went on a turnout. It's crazy because you can't get a parking spot there. So there's a little turnout that looks across this big canyon, and that was my view right there. So I had a couple cell phone shots to work out later, but these weren't exactly anywhere near what the cell phone looked like. You know, but I'm very proud of this one. It's I feel like I'm getting better at the illumination. You know, it's tough. The light and dark, the shadow line between the two, just a beautiful, amazing view that I was there to capture with my wife. Unbelievable. You know, I do these sketches. I got a little C90 that somebody just gave to me, the universe, I say. And I took it out and I looked, and I couldn't believe how beautiful the view was that I was getting. Again, there's a lot of clouds around lately, but you know, that doesn't deter me.
No, you captured it perfectly.
This is now we're moving up for some magnification crater views. This is a sketch as well.
That Plato?
Yes, it is. Good eye.
Yeah, we've been talking about Plato crater. Robert Reeves highlighted it in his segment.
Yeah,
and I recognize the jagged shadows there.
Thank you. You know, in the plains of it, inside the crater, there's actually craters. If you get a good seeing, you'll see those in the 28. They pop in and they're amazing. You know, the whole floor is just peppered with mini craters, little meteoroids, just teeny ones that, you know.
Yeah.
Well preserved too. Archimedes, another one. Beautiful. This is amazing when the LRO flies in and hits that rubble field. Those boulders are like football field, even bigger size. Just amazing detail. These were all done with the big scope. Keys crater. There's actually a volcanic cinder cone in there.
I see it.
Yeah.
There's it right in the middle.
This is one I posted on Cloudy Nights. You know, they have some amazing moon sketchers there. I'm just learning how, but these guys, they're masters. The way they frame their little shape of the crater section that they're doing, it's real talent to get it amazing. You should check it out sometime.
A lot of they get a lot of detail. I think you're on your way there. I mean,
well, I've been there for years. This is you know, again, our moon gives us a rare opportunity to have occultations, right?
Now that's how it looked through the scope, right? When you were
this is my hyper realistic view. I prefer to present those because they resonate better. But I have some more loose versions. But this was a tough one again, you know, because it's so bright. And that's what the beauty is when I sketch, I can take that sketch into the my tablet or using Photoshop Express, and I can dim it, bring it up. I can accentuate features. So I work hand in hand with the painting when I do these, you know.
Yeah.
And side by side mode when I go photoreal, I have to because you know, it won't look real if you don't. So
Right. That's a real good
this
one
is
too.
my Mars,
Mm.
my latest
Yeah.
and greatest, I would say.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this Mars night, we were looking at the ice cap at probably 800 or 1,000 power. I had the bino viewers, and what was happening, it was just after the sun was just starting to come up, like astronomical twilight. And I was catching, it looked like Swiss cheese. I could see divisions and like literally like glacial like structures in that thing because I had it zooped up. And of course, it would wash in and out. But when it would snap, I could see that. And I actually saw a couple of tiny craters pop in and out, which I've never seen. But that was an amazing night. I got to tell you, one of those nights, you know, 1 in the morning too. I stayed on the ladder till about 10 o'clock looking at Venus, and then my leg cramped up and I couldn't walk literally because my hip, you know, I'm too hip. Anyway, I go back to my dog in the end because my little buddy, believe it or not, he is the best observing partner. He will not leave my side. This is a few weeks before we were going to go, of course. And then there we are doing our moon. I'm sketching it. And he's there with me right there, hanging with Dad. That's Bosco, by the way. And then
Bosco
the problem
and
is the next day when I go to take him on a walk, he's not feeling too good. He's had a rough night. You can tell. He's like, I'm not going on a walk. You're taking me inside and giving me a treat. And that's what I do because you don't argue with him. Now I'd like to, for in closing, I always like to do some little flowers and a little something special for all of you. I really appreciate you being here and checking out all the presentations. And this is what really drives me to create my work and gives me such a positive reinforcement. I can give back, and this is how I like to do it, you know, through my work and star parties and public outreach, and any way I can make a difference, I'm up and ready for it. So these are dreamy ones because I want you all to dream of a beautiful week ahead. The skies are clearing and rainbows are over the horizon. And you know what? The gift, that's all you need, is this wonderful gift that we have, no matter how bad the world is. We all need to come together, and the threat is really outside the world, like an asteroid or a comet, you know.
Very true.
That's what we need to focus on. I mean, you look at the drone technology. Come on, we can develop a better system to protect this beautiful planet and our moon that we live, you know, have. It's very important stuff. So everybody needs to buy telescopes too. Eyes in the sky. The more you have, the more chances somebody will see it. And that's my final, the moon painting of the roses.
It's a beautiful
That's
bouquet.
nice.
Nicely done, John.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be. This one was a special one for me. As you all know, I love the moon. Adrian, I'm excited to see what you got going here.
Well, yeah, I will. Don't know if I can quite follow it as well, but you bring out a pretty good point that I wanted to piggyback on before going into my presentation, because you mentioned, you know, keeping an eye in the sky. One of the things that can happen that Chelyabinsk taught us is if an asteroid's coming in the direction of the sun, the question is whether or not we're going to catch it in time to be able to do anything about it. I know that there were some things that were supposed to be in flight to, you know, start figuring out how to look in the sun's direction. A lot of the space telescopes can't look directly. You know, if you're looking towards the sun, everything's washed out. So I think there's some work there to do when we think about protecting Earth's home, which I'll get into a little in my presentation. There's kind of should we spend our resources going into space flight, or should we take those resources towards the challenges that we have here at home? One of the worthwhile challenges is looking for the near Earth asteroids that you were talking about that can,
well, you can harvest asteroids too. I mean, if you're on the moon, you can get out there and get some minerals and stuff,
Right. That's one of the things you can do with so space travel. And then do you send manned space travel, or do you send the robots?
Robots, probably.
Those are the question. Your answer is robots. There's a gentleman whose name I'll mention live, Ken Burton from Warren Astronomical Society, whose answer is robots as well. And he similar reasoning. As you can see, my face is melting, but that's the way it is.
Is that the desert you're in that makes it hot?
I am in Oklahoma with this picture.
Okay.
And behind me, if I move the right way and out of the way, you'll see 150 million year old Allosaur tracks. And in the background, you've got an even older, longer, core of the Milky Way. In this image, there was no sign of human presence. And it was really an eerie feeling. There's a feeling of being alone and subject to the elements.
Much like being on the moon, probably.
Yeah, if you're on a different planet, there's no comforts of home visible. It does something to you. It's like, okay, how do I get home? So, it's an interesting thing. I want to go back there and try some other angles. But those are the types of images you go for when you're
okay. Well, I better let you get to yours.
I will jump in. I know Scott, I think
Scott's
he's having
on the
some
early
issues.
Yeah, he's got what is it?
You may end up being a part of it anyway. I think he'll jump back in and try and there I go. I am going to jump in, Scott, but first, if you want to go ahead and we can do the intro now that you're back.
For some reason my Zoom platform keeps freezing up, and it's very strange because I know the meeting is still going on. But you
missed my whole thing. Oh man,
no, I didn't miss your whole thing.
He saw it. I heard him in the background.
Yeah, but anyhow, So Adrian Bradley's been with us for, gosh, I don't know how many global star parties now. I think he's nearing 100 global star parties, or maybe he's surpassed it. We got to see Adrian's.
Adrian, you lost your background.
I took it out because I was tired of my face melting.
Sorry.
This is the real basement where there's just
this is the real
everywhere. And but my face is no longer melting.
That's a good effect that
has
way.
gotten very
like
involved in
way.
astronomy clubs and with the league and also with the Royal Astronomical Society. He does some fantastic night sky photography. He's just a good photographer as well, landscape photographer. And I know he does other kinds of work. I can appreciate that. I have a photography background myself, so I know when someone has a good eye, and certainly Adrian has it. And he also is very good with technique. And so it's nice. And, Adrian also shares what he knows how to do. And so if you have an inclination to start doing night sky photography yourself, probably look no further than Adrian Bradley. He could give you a lot of pointers and get started. So, Adrian, I'm going to turn it over to you, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Scott. And
thank you, sir.
Yeah, appreciate the kind words as always. For me, imaging isn't necessarily a set series of steps or it's not a set grouping of the settings on your camera. Your gear, you get it for a specific purpose. What you're doing is you're adjusting to the night sky, and your settings have everything to do with what's going on at that very moment in the night sky and what it is you want to capture. So just to kind of tail from what Scott was saying, the way that I do my night sky photography and the way that I try and do it is look at what it is I'm trying to capture and continue to try and perfect ways to be agile at it. We don't force ourselves into a specific setting. Well, it's the nighttime, so my ISO's got to be here and my aperture's got to be here, and and this is the best way. I don't advocate shortcuts with your imaging. I advocate knowing what each and every part of your settings and your camera and why it does the way it does, so that you can gather the best images for yourself. And even if you don't want to call them best images, I try not to call them best, but I call them, this is what I wanted to display. This is what I wanted to show. And we're going to be talking about moon images with tonight's theme. So I'm going to go find my desktop and share it. And here we go. I'm going to do the same thing. And I forget your name. Here, let me put the gallery up. Tom, you did this where you just shared the screen as opposed to doing a slideshow. That's because I want to move around and share some of the images and some of the thinking behind it, because the moon was a huge part of what I tried to do when I first. This is getting started in 2016. Holding a 8-inch telescope up and taking a picture with a smartphone, or in this case, this was a Canon 30D, and I managed to somehow get, back in 2016, Earthshine, and then I would struggle to get that again for a number of years.
Wait a minute, that was a handheld 8-inch telescope?
This was, let's see, so 8-inch telescope right here.
Okay.
That's
I
amazing, dude.
oversharpened
I
it.
can't believe it.
And I handheld a smartphone over this thing and popped the picture. There was a nearby tree.
That's
and then
beautiful.
I did something with it. I think I use editing tools right on the phone,
right?
Try and bring out detail. Now we can get better than this, but this is the moon. This is where I started, and as you can, these meager attempts at except this one turned out pretty good as far as astrophotography, the owl cluster in GC 457.
Yes.
Yeah, that one turned out good, but
Cassiopeia, right?
Yep. It's in it's very near Cassiopeia. It makes for a good binocular object too.
It looks like ET is what people used to tell me.
And here's where you learn why I went into landscape astrophotography. We're going to get back to the moon in a minute, but let's talk about this. This was me trying to do this through a camera, and I downloaded the Hubble legacy data of this same region, and I gave up. That's exactly, I said, no, I can't do it like this. Here's another.
Is that 81 Bode's Galaxy?
M51.
Bode's right here. Yep.
Yeah.
The Saturn, couldn't do Saturn justice. There are some very good planetary images. That's supposed to be M22.
51's tolerable. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Soft focus, a little bit soft focus, but the exposure was good.
That's a good representation.
I call this big telescope view right here. If you kind of see this, if you're observing through a good telescope, it resembles this, maybe a little bit sharper depending on your eyes. This is kind of what you see the first time you actually detect spiral arms in M51
with really dark skies though too, because
has to be really dark skies.
Yeah.
And so I started to try and stack moon pictures and ended up with this, which wasn't too bad, but we're gonna get,
beautiful.
yep, We have fascination. Now, notice this line. There's an astrophotographer, Gary Palmer, that came on and described if your sharpening gets to be a bit excessive, you create this little line
Right.
around your moon images. So your goal is to try and not do that. Presentation here, let's just real quick, because I think we're going to go back to those photos. So the moon and how to capture it, I put some of these things in. When you're using your settings, you can move them around to make sure you're getting everything that you want. This is a composite because the moon's too bright. You take an image of the sea area out here and you've got some stars, and then you have to lower your exposure enough to get detail on the moon. You put the two together and then you end up with a composite that
Right.
looks something like this. And you want to look for features on the moon as well. And I said, listen to Robert Reeves. And now it's time to go show what I mean. So here we are at Yankee Stadium. I couldn't get any features on the moon because it was so bright. Yankees would defeat Houston on this night, but this was 2017 and Houston got the last laugh in that particular season. And then, so here's an example of capturing the moon with the size that it truly is. And this is reminiscent of some of the work you do, John, where you've got the moon and
I love
you've
that.
got the clouds, above the treetops here. Taking this picture, the idea is at this wide of an angle, the moon is not super huge. If we try and go in, let's leave the info out there. Let's see if I can zoom. I want to zoom in.
That
but
looks like a bird or something flying towards the moon on the bottom, coming up out of the corner. Pareidolia, I see things.
Yeah. You see it right here. Yeah, it's another cloud, but you can see a bird through it heading towards the moon. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't see my zoom, but that's okay. The overall picture. And so we're going to go. So detailed pictures of the moon. We're starting to come along. And what I want to do is I want to skip down.
Nice double.
Here's how when you zoom in on this is a Canon, and I forget which Canon this is. I think this is an old 30. This is my old 30D.
Wow.
And I was still trying to take pictures of the moon using it. So this is there's a bit of history in that one. And then this was the first reasonably sharp image of the waning gibbous moon. But it does get sharper. Some of the things I wanted to talk about in the presentation, we'll probably just gloss over this. I remember when I was younger. Now, here's your mineral moon right here, where you've got all the colors that represent elements that are present in those areas on the moon. And I've got a larger picture of this. Some of the things I wanted to leave everyone with is that, part of that discussion that we had that Scott talked about at the beginning of Global Star Party, there's a number of things to think about when it comes to space travel. The moon being our closest neighbor is a logical place to land. And with humanity going back there, we've got more robots there. Humanity's going back there. There's, of course, the argument, should we spend our time doing this? Should we even fund spacefaring missions when we need the money for things at home? And my answer is, what stops us from doing both? And to say, if your focus is more on things affecting our ability to live on Earth, because Earth itself is going to be fine. I don't know that we can blow Earth up even with all the technology we have. We can certainly make it inhabitable for ourselves. So the question is more or less not save the earth. It's more or less put things in place so that if we want Earth to be habitable by us, we do things to try and preserve it so that it's at a certain temperature, at a certain level, so that we can all continue to live on it for years and years to come. And we have to think of it in terms beyond our lifetimes. I think and we want to explore space, we also have to think beyond our lifetimes. We have a limited amount of technology that we can use. It just doesn't seem feasible.
No.
There's death that can occur. It didn't happen here with the moon. As risky as things were, there was the Apollo 1 tragedy that did happen, with the fire that took the 3 lives of the astronauts. And from that point on, no one was lost in space. We didn't have a tragedy where, Apollo 13 sailed off into the universe, with the 3 men aboard. We were able to avert that tragedy. So we have human willpower to preserve life as we explore space. It's just a question of making sure the planning, and for those who have our rosaries, Tom, maybe a little divine help does
You get to
help
the
us
moon.
get to the moon. But the moon being our closest neighbor, bringing samples back to Earth, working on using that regolith while on Earth in controlled environments, as opposed to going to the moon and doing all the experiments there. Some kind of combination might not be a bad idea. So this is where Scott's talking about, I do photography. I try not to limit myself to how do you make this great capture. It's not just about the photons in my camera, it's about the subject. As with all good photographers, be interested in your subject and how it works. And here, tonight's Global Star Party, we're talking about the moon and ways to get there. We're talking about what happens when the eclipses happen and how the look of the moon changes. In the photography sense, it's about how much detail can you get. And this coloration, I've noticed how it's more prominent in the darker the skies you go, the more prominent that darker color
Yes.
of the moon. You vouch for that, John. You
Yep.
see more of that reddish auburn color as
This
the
was our
shadows
eclipse,
of the Earth are going over it.
That
And
was
so
the
an
recent.
image like this, where you say, well, the Earth isn't that quite that pumpkin shape or that pumpkin color,
Mhm.
it is. It does get there. And when you're dark adapted and you're looking at it hanging out in space with all the stars around it, this is not a view of the moon that you normally see.
No.
The moon washes out all of the starlight. Now when here's a picture John will paint even better than this. This was
I
my
love that.
I didn't realize I was attempting to do a John Schwartz image, but I want to jump
appreciate it.
to moon with stars in it. Here's what you normally get: a moon, a couple of stars here or there, and that's even with the moon not being
So those are
completely lit.
composites. Is that how you manage to create these beautiful scapes? As you composite?
This
have
was a
to do-
single image.
Oh wow, that's
The
great.
goal here, and I'll go back to this one in particular. So
That's hard.
look at the aperture, 9.5, 37 seconds.
Wow.
Pretty sure this was done on a tracker, and it started to lean a little bit.
I can even see the crescent. It's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, trackers help you follow the moon. Now this, what? Back when I was doing this, I do not believe that I was doing composites.
Right.
So 37 seconds, it's still a short enough time to not move your landscape as much. You can see the stars are moving here.
It's really
And
good.
yeah, so I have to think about, because this is back in 2018. I do believe I had a small tracker back then, but maybe not. Now this one, of course, same sort of shot. So here we are learning how to capture the moon. And then this is one thing we didn't really talk about were the landing spots on the moon. These are all the Apollo landing spots. You see the Apollo 14 landing spot. That's where Apollo 13 was going to land. And so they had Apollo 14 land there when they came around. They came to the moon. Apollo 16, we came back this way. So let's go to moon and stars is something I want to cover. As you can see, we've got some pretty good shots of the moon and some other features of space here. A lot of you that have seen these images in Global Star Party have seen me show those images, but I want to go to a couple. Sometimes I don't quite get it right. The glow from taking a long image that covered the sea here. This is Lake Huron, moon rising. And then you can tell that this wasn't quite what you visually see with your eyes, but I kept on trying. I would try these little tricks where you have a tower. Sometimes you pull it off.
It's really tough, right?
It's tough to pull it off because these are two different. This is a composite. I guarantee you it is a composite of this tower. The moon was in this spot when I took it. So I took the two shots. That giant glow is the glow of the full moon, which is why you don't see any stars in those photos. And
that's been my hardest thing to do is to merge. So you look at a wide field shot and then you want the thing to look like good.
This. Yeah, this would be a beautiful moon photo, but it was a single photo, and the moon then ends up like that. A lot of moon images, in order to really get what you're looking at, you have to shoot at certain times. Here we've got the moon. Wow, I do believe this is moonrise.
Nice.
This is something you'd absolutely kill, John.
It looks like a sunrise almost.
It looks like a sunrise.
That's crazy.
Here's your image, and when you take a long enough image on a tracker, you smooth out the sea here, but your moon
blows out.
It's not really that big.
No.
This is coming. Let's do segue. Partial solar eclipse coming at the end of this month. It's a sunrise eclipse, just like this one was.
What day?
It'll look something like this. So go out and capture it. I have settings over here.
That's
for
beautiful.
Those that are looking. That's why I'm doing it this way. These are settings to give you an idea of what I came up with. But what I typically do, the higher the number here for aperture, the more detail I'm trying to capture, from distance, shutter speed, combined with whatever ISO setting I use here to get this overall exposure. It isn't about a formula for this. It's more of a I'm combining this, speed and shutter speed with, it's a 400 millimeter shot. I'm trying it at f8 and I'm, ISO 800. I'm putting those settings in, taking a photo and seeing how it looks, and it turns out great. I won't change much. Using a tripod is always a good idea. And, again, talking about composites, here I am trying to get better at capturing composites, moon with Earth line over the tree, which, by the way, no longer looks like this. But to create a scene, my goal is always to say, well, what do I see when I look up at the moon? Here's your
yes. I almost, are you sure that's not mine? I'm not even kidding you.
This is, you independently drew something that looked like this.
I was going to put it on tonight and I didn't because I had to keep it shorter,
Yeah. So in order to capture this, you have to figure out how to lock in the moon for your autofocus, or set a focuser to be manual to be on the moon and then take your photo, then you end up, because it's very hard. The clouds are in front of the moon.
That's crazy.
Your camera wants to lock on that, does not want to lock on the moon. So let's quickly go. I see David is here. Let's quickly go to a couple of images I wanted to highlight. That's an eclipsing moon.
Yeah.
This is what it looked like in 2021 as we were going to go to 97%, as compared with the Lunar X and Lunar V moon, which is the straight terminator. I think I forget who talked about it. I think Ron Breacher talked about it. Look at the differences in the curvature of the shadow covering the moon as opposed to a straight terminator with features that become visible at certain times. Lunar X and Lunar V is a challenge for moon shooters that do close-ups. If you don't do a composite, you can get the stars with the moon, but you blow the moon out. We're gonna look at that. Here's the 97% moon. The color was just now coming. These are artifacts of me trying to sharpen this.
Right.
So one of the goals as I went are, okay, the next time I want stars. I tried this. Now there's a beautiful picture.
Oh yeah.
Of the Pleiades in the moon. This is a composite because I took the picture and
then
ended up putting a picture.
Looked at that Mount Everest.
No. Yeah. I know this was someone's yard when I took that photo.
That is,
but to see that view, you would literally have to be way clear, dark skies.
Yeah, that was a tracked image. David, I heard you there. Thank you. I think you were giving a compliment that I wanted to take in.
Oh, that is a gorgeous picture. And the reason that I missed part of your presentation, your lecture, is that I was outside doing some observing just now, and I got the Pleiades with my Minerva telescope just before coming in.
Awesome. So this is what you saw. You may have seen some of the. Yep, you may have seen some of the tail of the Pleiades here. You may have seen a little bit of the nebulosity from these bright stars. And yeah, observing the Pleiades is always a wonderful thing. Now, I've seen Mars come through here. This is when we talk about the ecliptic. Here we have the path of the ecliptic because Mars will show up here. Jupiter will show up here. Right around the Pleiades is always above in the northern hemisphere. It's above the ecliptic. And, anything that's along, and of course, because the moon's being eclipsed, we're at those nodes that you heard about in maybe it was Lori's presentation. And so that means it's along the lines of the ecliptic where everything else goes. So let's keep going and let's look at couple of, let's see, this isn't the one, although it is a pretty clear shot, and those are the settings. You can see these features. Okay, I can zoom into this one. You can see some of these features here. The I wrote it down, Spitsbergen mountain chain and the feature known as Thor's hammer. These were two of the things that I used to say, hey, if I have a good moon, a nice sharp moon, then those features show up. And so that's one of them. Let's keep going to Earthshine. Moon with Earthshine. There are some composites that show the detail in this lit part of the moon. Here, I just did it where I've got detail in the Earthshine area where you can see, even though they're fuzzy, you can see some of the craters here. So gathering pictures, it's all about what you want to present. And in this one, I wanted a nice sharp photo. I pushed the saturation a little bit. And if we zoom in, we can see some of those features again from the moon. See if I can pull You know, the more detail the features, the better a shot. You had steady. You have to have a steady sky in order to get a nice steady shot. And then they call this the golden horn, even though it doesn't look golden in this image because I pushed the saturation a bit. It's the mineral moon. Depending on how you look at it, whether it's important to see those extra colors or you prefer to look at the moon more or less the way you see it with your eyes. Once again, we have artifacts here. Those aren't real stars, although the real stars would probably resemble these dots, these artifacts. It wasn't intentional, real stars behind it are what I'm always after. So a couple more pictures before we end the presentation, because we're going the November 8th birthday lunar eclipse. More artifacts here. But first time I was able during totality to capture the real stars.
Wow, that's
and this would be the planet
shot.
Uranus. It wasn't the last time. We're going to skip down. The other thing I captured was the Winter Milky Way during totality.
Wow.
This is what interests me, because the things you can see during a total lunar eclipse, the sky comes alive. You go to a dark site and see a lunar eclipse, you'll see more than just the blood moon. And so this was the place that I went to.
I swear that these look exactly like some of the shots I have.
Yeah, I know you love drawing the moon in clouds. There's the
eclipse. That's so
Mars
beautiful, right?
from 2022.
Awesome shot.
Yep. And so let's show this picture, because here we have another picture of what a wide angle view of this park that I was at. And that's the actual size the moon is in this particular wide angle.
Yeah, it looks like a
16
What's
millimeter.
The other one? Is that? There's two. I see one that's stellar, and the other one's diffused.
Which one in this photo?
Yes.
This is a I want to say this is a planet or a star that's glowing. I'd have to do another. Yeah, that's not the moon there. That's the actual moon in the phase that it was in.
That's
this was a
crazy
large star, or it may have been a planet. Yeah, because of the clouds.
Right.
No filter needed, because the clouds themselves are a filter. Larger stars, larger objects in space, their light begins to glow as if you were using a filter. You can see that here, where we've got the Pleiades, and we've got the larger stars, and I believe this is Jupiter. You can see that they're kind of fuzzing out.
Right.
So that techniques that you use if you want to put them together with other images. So now let's get to 3 more images.
Is that your
I'm
new
gonna
telescope?
Share. That was not through a telescope. This is
I mean
another
the actual tube is a telescope.
So another example for you photographers out there: when it's cloudy, go see if you can capture exactly what you're seeing in the sky. Here's how the moon looked as it peered through the clouds as I was looking up at this lighthouse. The number here is 1857. The challenge was to do a composite that looks the way the eye sees it. And that was pretty close. That's how the moon looks to the naked eye. We've got some more full moons here. This is the image I wanted to share. I'm not sure if I did this through a telescope or through my trusty lens, because the data that I see here does not include the lens. So this may have been through a refractor that I got. Take a look at the detail of the mountain chain, Thor's hammer, and Spitsbergen, Montes Spitsbergen, the Spitsbergen Mountains. I actually got detail here in the real. I would have Robert Reeves go through this image. Probably the best moon image in terms of detail that I've ever gotten. was this one. And I do believe I used a telescope to get it. Compared to this, which I know I may have used a camera. It looks nice, but you see how these are sort of fuzzed out? That's why I use them to determine whether I really nailed a photo or not. And now we will skip all the way to more Moon with Earthshine. Let's skip all the way to the eclipse that we took, smoke moon right here. Difference between a smoke moon, when there's a lot of smoke in the atmosphere and the moon sort of glows orange.
That's a smoke moon, not an eclipse?
That's a smoke moon.
Man,
I have
that's
somewhere
a bad fire.
I was able to capture a rising moon. This is a hard moon to capture.
Oh,
for you
that's a
aspiring photographers. Capturing a rising moon.
Wow.
It does warp and deform. This is blown out, but otherwise, this is what it looks like coming up over the lake.
Magical.
That is as close as I could get. That's
the play between
compared
cool
to be trying
and
to
warm.
do a composite. This was a single shot. Now, I don't say that to say I did it in a single shot. No, I found that the single photo was the best way with these settings to capture this scene.
Love it.
Using a camera that I think I did know I used my largest camera for that one, and I was able to capture that scene. And then of course here, moon rising, lights off of freighter, using a smaller lens, but capturing the rising moon here. So eclipses are what we are about. So we're going to end with an image that is going to be near and dear to your heart. Remember your image you took of the eclipse?
Yes, very similar, but no cloud.
You were very similar. And here are all the stars. A little bit of an artifact here from the glow. There is still a glow coming off of the moon.
It looks more 3D.
Turned into a bit of,
yeah, that's amazing with the stars.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
That's
those
how
are the
it
actual
looked.
stars, huh?
Yep, and that's how it
Wow.
looked. And this was one of my first few shots where I decided to shoot at ISO base and use these. This was on a tracker. And this is why I say if you're going to do space images and you want to capture what you see, get a tracker and get your focus correct. And then, you use your tools to edit like Lightroom so that you can bring out the stars more. That's why they're all blown out. There should be some color to these
Airy
stars.
disc.
But you've got, this is what you drew.
Right. I could
this
paint
image.
those. The Photoshop Express airbrush tool is amazing for that.
Yep. Not
Wow.
so good, but this is as it was coming in. Quality wise, not so good, but that's what you saw if you were looking at it naked eye. You saw that last bit. So as it went in order of this image, and then as always, I like to do wide field images because it's not just about the eclipse in a dark area. It's what happens to the rest of the area. It turns into stars are out. Here's Corvus. Lori talked about Leo. Well, here's Leo.
Yeah, I could see the whole constellation.
Yep, and there's the eclipse. You can see the constellations. Virgo's over here. Spica's over here.
Was that our eclipse?
That was our eclipse from just recently, 13th and 14th.
That's incredible.
What this area looked like. There's Corvus right there. Craters over here. Spica and Virgo. There are the stars of Virgo right here and Leo.
Can you get Omega there?
Through it. Can I get
Omega Centauri?
No, not this high up.
Okay.
Not unless I think it rises just above the horizon to the south here, but as you can see with all of this, that would be very hard. You have to have a pristine horizon to nab Omega Centauri. I had to go to Arizona to see it.
It's almost ready. It's up at about.
Yeah, it's almost coming. I know.
Yeah, I'm like getting ready for my bedroom window. I'm gonna pull her a line on a spot on my wall.
Oh, looking forward to it. And although David, you didn't see the Pleiades like these, you also didn't see triangle stars. So when it comes to up close imaging, I'm still working with this medium is actually here, but I didn't image long enough to get any more detail with Orion. Orion's going away, so all you deep sky imagers, this is the last chance to get some of these very famous nebula that are in the belt of Orion. You won't have much time left before those go away. The core is gonna start rising again. And with that, Scott, I think I've talked enough for the March 18th Global Star Party 168.
All right.
The moon, our
I
companion.
love that. Could you do the other one? The one to the right of it?
The larger one?
Yes, I wanted to see. Oh, wow. That is amazing. That's a
I like
really,
the other one. I like the smaller one.
It's hanging in the sky.
Ball just floating out there, you know.
That's what I loved seeing when it was total like this.
Yeah.
I loved seeing it just hang out in the sky. You could see some of those stars. Cameras pulled out more of the 12th magnitude, 13th magnitude stars, but that's what you saw.
That's so funny. It's like just like the one I did, but I had clouds.
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting on you to notice that. I said, "Oh, I've got an image."
That's crazy.
Like it. So there you have it. The moon.
The bridge. It's the bridge to getting out, I mean, it makes sense, right? Closer than Mars.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a starting point.
Yep, I was trying to look at it. We called it Earth's Companion, Humanity's Gateway. And one way I looked at it as Earth's Companion, it's one of the few things that everyone's looking at it at the same time when it's up there. It's large enough in sorts. It's sort of glued to humanity all over the globe because it's large enough to be seen all over the globe at the same time, no matter what time it is on your clock. The moon, is still visible. Once it's full moon, it's full moon all around the globe. It's a quarter moon. Everyone sees what happens as far as where the moon is, which phase it's in, and it's something we all see together as humanity. Yeah. And hopefully we as humanity can think beyond ourselves and lay the groundwork for the future so that we don't have to do it all while we're alive, but we lay enough groundwork so that if we're going to do space exploration, we leave the next generation, the next few generations, a blueprint to follow. There's something they can learn from so that they can expand on that. As technology grows, human manned space flight may become like the Jetsons, or we may get there one day, but it may take a lot longer than any of us can imagine for humans to get to that point. We were talking about
Adrian, if you think of it this way, from the time that they think that humans picked up the first bones to make tools to, and then racing ahead to where we have space flight. I mean, my grandmother was alive, okay, when the Wright brothers flew the first plane. And then in 1969, we're on the moon. I mean, that is just unbelievable, So the acceleration of technology, and now we have the acceleration of technology with computing and these quantum computers. I'm reading about a quantum computer right now built by China that could solve a problem that would take a supercomputer, the world's best supercomputer, 1 billion years to solve, and it did it like in seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's a huge
there's
leap.
an acceleration that's going on, and so it's really we're going through another incredible phase of technology increase, and it's hard to grasp what it all means in the long run, but it's not going to stop. I mean, it's
Nope. And I think the fears are that, humanity with the politics and everything is what slows it down. But just, what you mentioned about China developing this quantum computer.
well, it kind of goes like this. We develop ours, they develop theirs.
I wonder if they could
so
apply that to
like
asteroid
that.
hunting.
So
If you could,
It's computing. So
because
you
we
just
really
have to
need
give
to
it the
work
right
on that.
parameters. You give it the right parameters and you give it good data to start. And what it sounds like is the speed at which it can compute blows away, like Scott said, the supercomputers. I mean, those are, if you go on the street and put a microphone to somebody and you say, what's the fastest type of computer? Most everyone will say a supercomputer. And,
Eyes in the sky
tell them
too.
wrong. Yeah. So,
having everybody with the telescope. I mean, I don't know how, David, you could ever discover as many comets as you could. I've never even really discovered anything like that. But it's absolutely amazing, the keen eye that you have, and it's a gift. I mean, it takes incredible amount of time to find these things, and you have to really be gifted to be able to do something like that, I think. But we're blessed, to have that for sure.
Captain David is truly a gift. The memory I have, David, of you, I walked out with you during AstroCon last year to watch you kneel on the sidewalk and count. I think you came up with 80 sunspots. I looked through that scope and I came up with 7 or 8. So I said, I am a rank amateur at sunspot hunting, but I said, that is
a keen eye right
in a nutshell.
there, I'll tell you.
Use of being able to understand any stellar object, be it the sun, be it the moon, be it the Pleiades, and want to know more. I think we talk about photography, Scott. To me, some things on the internet talk about technique, or they talk about settings, or we talk about gear. Like, I need better gear in order to get quality. And to me, it's more about
pushing yourself, right?
Do it all.
It's about using that gear. I have, I have some lenses that were not cheap, but it's what I'm able to do with the lenses that's more important than to just say, well, I use this gear and it out pops some great shots. You really have to love what you're taking an image of, and you have to want to know, you have to want to use your photography to know more about what it is you're trying to gather. And when you run into an impasse, because there's limitations on what cameras can do, if you run into an impasse, you figure out, well, what's the best way to get over that impasse so that I can present an image that I want people to see. And that's where the learning comes in, and that's where the discovery, and it's where you don't limit yourself to, I can do this and it doesn't take a tracker, or I can do this and I don't need to have this or that knowledge of space and time. And I beg to differ with it. You can get great images, but if you truly want to know, you learn about what the night sky is. You talk to any of you about the night sky, and you develop a love for it. Then the images speak to your love of whatever it is you're capturing. So night sky, or if you're doing event photography, landscape, you really love how pretty it looks. You try and capture that landscape or that sky or how they work together. You're not necessarily capturing photons just so that you can go, Scott, on the internet and, this is Scott Roberts and this is a cool picture. I need you to like and subscribe so that I can put more of this out for you. Here are my technical settings. And you learn very little of what you actually took the picture of. So, I call for, you want to do great photography, become an astronomer if you want to do night sky stuff. Learn from these gentlemen on the screen
Saturn
about
would
how this works.
turn anybody into an astronomer if you saw the rings of Saturn for the first time. But Fragment G on Jupiter was almost as spectacular for me.
Oh, wow.
With a Parkes 6-inch f8 Newtonian. And when I couldn't believe I was seeing like that, what it did to Jupiter. It blew my mind.
I wonder how, well, that had to be a really, so we talk about gear. That had to be a really good mirror, but you probably had some steady seeing and transparency to be able to, and a good eyepiece in order to be able to see all that. Well, and your keen eyesight.
Parkes. Come on.
Yeah, they apparently make pretty good mirrors. Interesting enough, I came back from Okie-Tex where, it's nice and dark, and I go to some of my old places, and I'm looking in the sky and realizing that I'm seeing the Milky Way from horizon to horizon, and I never saw it like that at those locations aren't as dark. And I realize either my brain is filling it in or because I recognize what it looks like, now I'm seeing it in even lesser, darker areas. And so, your visual acuity grows with that. And I think that's a real thing. The more you look at the night sky, the more you go to different places, but you recognize the same night sky that you've seen in darker places. And it's been a thrill to be on this journey.
No doubt that you get better and better at seeing something that's faint and diffuse, even under challenging lighting conditions.
David, I wanted to ask you, how's your eyes holding up now? Are you still able to see as good as you could in your prior years, or is it affecting?
No, I'm not able to see as well.
Yeah.
And but not too bad. Partly the sky isn't as good as it was in past years, and partly my eyes aren't as good. But but I'm still enjoying it as much, and they're good enough. My eyes are good enough. I can still get a lot of joy out of looking through a telescope.
Awesome. That's great.
I imagine, you counted 80 sunspots that one day.
Yeah.
I would imagine
a great observer.
Yeah,
there was 160 10 years ago.
You to visualize and see things that are there that you've seen a number of times. It may be a far-fetched idea, but I would love for one more comet to hit your eyes before it hits anything else. That would be awesome. Have you discover one more comet that you could put the name Levy behind? And
I would like to, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'm still searching, still enjoying the search. But
maybe on the Global Star Party, you'll find one. Like you could come in and go, you'll never guess. I just got one. That would be the best.
Oh, even better, John, if he comes in and says, it looks like something squashed it like a pancake. He tells us about that. That would be amazing.
Sunspots. To see more sunspots as I did, you may want to start by counting the groups, because you were probably just counting the groups.
Yeah.
And inside each group, there are a lot of spots. So I start by counting the groups, then count the spots. And then finally at the end, counting the prominences around the edge.
Okay.
That's good to know. I always made that mistake myself, is just counting the group as one big sunspot.
Yeah,
to
it
know.
means that further need to look a little deeper into the sunspot and, observe a little deeper than just seeing, I see a little spot, that's a sunspot. Nope, it doesn't sound like that's the case.
Well, that's what I would recommend anyway, but I wasn't really ever planning that the sun would be a big part of my observing life. I just started it because I thought I started it because I thought that I needed something to look at when the stars weren't out. And so I spent a few minutes each day looking at the sun, and over the days and the months and the years and the decades. And now I've been looking at the sun virtually, certainly every clear day since 1963, and almost every clear day since October 1959, which I just found out makes me the AAVSO's top solar observer. So recently, solar observing has become a big thing with me, and so I'm taking it very seriously.
Yeah, congratulations with that. I understand the sentiment. The reason I started taking pictures of the moon and pictures of clouds with the moon peeking through it, and just pictures of anything other than the Milky Way, because sometimes it's cloudy, sometimes like right now, the Milky Way goes below horizon in the northern hemisphere, and there's not much of it there. But there's always something to try in its place. And then when it does rise again, turning and looking around and seeing what's on the other side of the sky. So yeah, there's it. Sometimes the first thing that we wanted to image isn't in the sky. Instead of just going inside and finding something else to do, there's always something else to observe. And that's where I've begun to find more joy in doing photography, capturing what I'm seeing, or trying to capture the Milky Way at different twilights, astronomical twilight, nautical twilight. The Milky Way is still there. So can I capture it where the sky color is changing? And so a lot of those challenges led me to getting different images and not just sticking with one particular type of image. There's more to capture, and each night out teaches you something different or something new about the for the next time that you capture. Maybe I'll try this technique when I capture this or that. So it's always a learning experience. I try and remain as humble as I can and remember, without the night sky or the sun or the moon, what is it we would take a picture of? What would we draw? And, try and remain humble and be able to use these images to share with others, so that even when I'm gone, somebody's taking a picture of the Milky Way because, whether they're fascinated with it, they believe it's a beautiful thing. I want others to be able to do it. I don't want to just, these are my secrets and I'm going to take them to the grave with me. No, I'm going to share as much as I can, and not just about, here are the settings I use. I want to try and get the process of looking at the sky and having that dictate how I put my settings in, because it's different from place to place and from night to night. Even transparency can change how you choose to take an image. All about what you're trying to capture. And as a famous Dr. David Levy told me one time years ago, if you don't write it down, it's not an observation. And
taking notes.
Maybe if I take a picture of it, that'll be my observation. So, but I haven't forgotten. You write it down, otherwise it's not an observation.
I had a solar picture I wanted to show, but I kept it all lunar because I wanted to keep the timeline. I hope we're not killing you, Scott.
I think we are, but
Well, I am starting to fade, and I have
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a big day tomorrow, guys.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I was chatting with our viewers that are watching, and somebody wanted to know when we're going to have future programs. So what's coming up next with Explore Scientific is that if you're into astronomy, you're going to see us definitely at the Northeast Astronomy Forum, and we will be trying to do some live streaming from the forum, from the event itself. Then we will go to Canada to the David Dunlap Observatory, and we're working with Kareem Jaffer, who's been on lots of global star parties, but we'll be with the RASC, Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and do an event with them, from the David Dunlap Observatory. It's going to be cool. We're kind of having a grand reopening of our presence for Explore Scientific's presence in Canada. So we're putting in some, additional resources and stuff there so that we can better serve, our Canadian customers. And so, and you can just continue to expect more global star parties in general. I think it's the best way, or one of the best ways for us to stay in touch with our customers, our community. Whether you own one of our telescopes or not, we don't really care about that. We are, we want to show our support and appreciation of the community that supports us. So, I don't know how else to say that, but anyhow, yes, I'm fading a little bit. It was a lot of fun seeing all you guys, and it's really late for Caesar. What time is it in Argentina, Caesar?
No. Now we are more close because we are now at 2 hours. Only 2 hours later.
2 hours.
We
So
are
it's
12.
it's
yes,
12:38 at
Caesar,
night.
hello.
Yeah, 12:30. Yes.
I
Yes,
didn't
it's okay.
recognize.
Yeah, John is
No,
in
I saw you
California,
sneak
so
in
he's
here,
like,
Cesar.
it's like
Good to
8:30
see you.
there.
No,
Yes,
sure.
sir.
But the thing is that we are going next week our star party in Mendoza.
Oh, okay.
600 miles from Buenos Aires. We are preparing the old technical things. We are preparing this year 2 different times in the year.
Mhm.
This time we are having this in April and another one in the same place
Mhm.
in October. And we are preparing
Oh, great.
everything about this. Yes. The October star party is
October
more for
weather in Argentina
astrophotography.
must be nice, I would think. So,
The skies are really in Los Moches, where we are going is really it's in the sky for Adrian for enjoying landscapes, mountains, and yes, it's amazing.
Beautiful
Yeah.
country, Argentina.
Thank you, John.
I've
Thank
been
you.
there
It's
with my
a
father.
pleasure
And
to see you again.
it's crystal clear there, and blue skies
Yeah.
with Marlboro country.
Thank you.
Marlboro
Yeah,
country.
yeah. It's a
Cowboy
it's
hats included.
Sure. It's
All
a
right,
big
well-
country, very different landscapes.
And David, I
Yeah.
didn't know that you have a Star Trek shirt. Where
Oh
did you
yeah,
get that?
I can see that.
It's so cool.
I saw it.
I saw it. Yep, Captain David
Yeah,
of
it's
the
cool.
The
of
Captain
the
Dave.
Enterprise.
It is- yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I can.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we're going to wrap it up. So thank you very much.
Thank you to
and,
you, Scott.
Thank
and
you,
the audience.
Scott.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
David.
David, for
David.
co-hosting this. And we want to thank the audience for tuning in from all over the world. If you're going to watch our program in rerun and you have questions, you can always reach out to us at explorescientific.com and just jump on live chat or call us. We're always happy to help you. Thanks to everybody. And as my dear old friend Jack Horkheimer always used to say, keep looking up. Good night.
Good night, all.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Have a good night.
Thank you, David.